I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Senator Barnett, Senator Barrett, Senator Berry, Senator Blackman, Senator Blackwell, Senator Blunt, Senator Boyd, Senator Branning, Senator Brumfield, Senator Bryan, Senator Butler, Senator Carter, Senator Chazanall, Senator Chisholm, Senator DeBar, Senator Delano, Senator England, Senator Fillingane, Senator Frazier, Senator Harkins, Senator Hickman, Senator Hill, Senator Hobson, Senator Horn, Senator Jackson, Senator Johnson, Senator Jordan, Senator Kirby, Senator Ladner, Senator McCon, Senator McClendon, Senator McMahon, Senator Michelle, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Parks, Senator Polk, Senator Rhodes, Senator Robinson, Senator Seymour, Senator Simmons of the 12th, Senator Simmons of the 13th, Senator Sparks, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Whaley, Senator Wiggins, Senator Williams, Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation? I need to rise for the invocation over here. Thank you very much. Everybody up? Okay. Please rise for the invocation to be given by Dr. Gene Henderson, who is the pastor of the First Baptist Church of Brandon, Mississippi. And as a guest here, Senator Rhodes will then lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Pastor Henderson.
It's an honor to be here and to lead you in this prayer, asking God's blessing upon you. I served 20 years at Brandon First Baptist, but I've been stepped down from there. I tell folks I didn't retire, I redirected. I still serve the Lord, but I'm not at First Baptist Church in Brandon, although I live in Brandon and love living there. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Heavenly Father, we humble our hearts before you and declare that you alone are God. We thank you that you have made us for fellowship with yourself and with each other. And Lord, we thank you that you also call us into places of service and ministry. And I thank you for this body, and I pray your blessing upon each senator. I pray, Lord, that you will give them the wisdom to make the decisions they need to make. You know that they are put into challenging situations of trying to determine what's best for the residents of Mississippi. And so I pray for you to give them guidance and understanding in that. Father, I do pray also for their families, and I pray that you will bless them. I know that some of them are away from home a good bit down here serving, and so I pray that you will bless the family of each senator here and be with them and meet all their needs. And now, Father, I want to pray for each man and woman here as they seek to know what you want done for the state of Mississippi. Lord, we are all limited in our understanding, but we come to you. You say if anyone lacks wisdom, let him ask of God. So I'm asking for wisdom and discernment and understanding and guidance for each person. Lord, I know that each one also has their personal needs, and so I pray that you will meet those needs. There are things that they need to take care of, and unfortunately, their responsibilities here keep them from doing it. And so I pray that you will watch over those things and, Lord, work everything out for good. We trust you to do that. Lord, we thank you for your great love. We will never understand how you could love us so much to come into our world in the person of your Son and to offer yourself as a sacrifice for us. But this morning, Lord, we want to declare that we love you because you first loved us. Bless now this body, bless it in its deliberations today, and bless it in the decisions that it makes. And we'll give you thanks and praise for all the good that comes out of it. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson. We appreciate you and your years of work and service to people in Mississippi. Senator Rhodes, thank you. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senate moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Next, the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. Senator Polk's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, we'll go to announcements, but first let's go to Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, I would like to request that we relax the dress code for today.
Motion is to suspend the rules to relax the dress code. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Kirby, would you explain what that means?
Yes, sir. What that means is that you can take off your coat and necktie if you would like, but please leave everything else on.
Thank you, Senator Kirby. The last part is really relevant. All right. Thank you very much, Senator Kirby, and we'll move to introductions. And everybody, please, as you know, the air conditioner's out and the windows are open, and you're welcome to shed your coat and tie should you deem that appropriate. Senator Boyd, you're recognized.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
If y'all will please help me make welcome in front of the smokers table is Dr. Kimberly Webb, who is our doctor of the day. She's a friend of mine in family medicine practice in Oxford. And also with her is her clinic manager, who is Lee Carol Gordon Mullins. Many of you will remember her father, Jack Gordon. So please make them welcome to the Senate today. Thank you.
We miss Senator Gordon, and I thank you for being with us. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we're honored today on behalf of the Rankin County delegation. Also, I think Senator Blunt and Senator Michelle would want to be included in this introduction. But in the West Gallery, we have the Jackson Prep boys varsity soccer team. They are the 6A state champions, and we passed a resolution for them. If they would please stand, along with their head coach, John Marcus Duncan, and let the Senate make them welcome.
How you doing? Thank you, Senator Kirby. Congratulations, state champions. Okay, Senator Michelle, Senator Horn, you both are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Horn and I are both very pleased and honored to represent the city of Ridgeland here at the state capitol. And in our North Gallery, we have Mayor Gene McGee, members of the Board of Aldermen, and members of city leadership with us today. It's a big day at the state capitol as we're commending the city of Ridgeland for 125 years as a city. So, Mr. President, I ask that you please have the clerk read the title of the proclamation.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
City of Ridgeland, celebrating the foundation of our future upon the celebration of its 125th anniversary of the founding of the City of Ridgeland.
Thank you. Ridgeland, as we all know, some of you may live in Ridgeland while you're here during the legislative session, and we know it has some of the state's best shopping, dining, arts, and entertainment. It's a city that's clean, has clean parks and great streets, and it's been named Tree City USA and a bronze-level bicycle-friendly community. Ridgeland has been noted by Money Magazine as one of the 100 best places to live in the United States. We're honored to have the officials here today, and I'd like Senator Horn to make a few remarks as well.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to the ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. It gives me great pleasure to stand here to commend the city of Ridgeland for 125 years of successful growth and development. Ridgeland is a place that has excellent leadership. They have excellent planning. They are looking with intentionality toward the future. And they have adequate resources and always looking for more resources, right, Mayor? To continue that vision of Ridgeland. And it's a real honor to be one of the representatives coming down here to this Capitol to try to represent and speak up for the city of Ridgeland. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It's a bicycle-friendly city because the mayor rides his bicycle all over the place, and so it has to be bicycle-friendly. We appreciate you, Mayor. Appreciate y'all, members of the board. Thank you very much for coming today. We're honored to have you here. Senator Rhodes, you're recognized. You got your light on there? Good to go. Okay, now we'll move over to Senator Blunt. Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my privilege to introduce this outstanding group of pages that we have coming forward today, and I think they're doing probably the best job we've seen this year under some interesting atmospheric conditions here in this building. We're very happy to have them. I'd like to go ahead and introduce them now. First, paging for the Lieutenant Governor, Ayanna Banks from Brandon is here. Jocelyn Evans from Brookhaven. Rhodes McCarty from Tupelo. Mason McCoy from Brandon, and Kristen Smith from Terry, and Wyatt Wheeler from Tupelo. Paging for Senator Sarita Simmons, Marcus Allen from Mendenhall, Emery Young from Jackson, and I'm happy to have pages serving for me this week, Jalen Hughes from Terry, Shaquilla McQuay from Jackson, and Ava Washington from Byram. Let's give them all a welcome and thank them for their good work this week.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. Thank you, Pages. We appreciate your work this week. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for 4 privileges to be given to the Oak Grove High School dance, cheer, and football teams and their official party.
Privilege is granted. With Sergeant at Arms, please escort our guests to the chamber floor.
This might take a minute. Just keep going. Keep going. Keep going. basketball maybe may have to do 3 up, where team may, football may have to stand behind it.
Congratulations.
Oh, this is just a tent. I think we're in. Okay.
Okay, Senator Polk, I think you got everybody.
I think we're finally in here. Mr. President, I ask that the resolution title be read for the Oak Grove dance team.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 54, a resolution commending and congratulating the Oak Grove High School Golden Spirits dance team and Coach Sarah Williams for winning the 2023 Large Varsity Jazz and Palm State Championship and their impressive record of national championship placements. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Oak Grove High School Golden Spirits dance team and Coach Sarah Williams for winning the 2023 Large Varsity Jazz and Palm State Championship and their impressive record of national championship placements, and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Sarah Williams for the team and Oak Grove High School Principal Helen Price, forwarded to the Lamar County Board of Education, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Mr. President, I'd also like for the resolution title be read for the Oak Grove cheerleading team.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 53, a resolution commending and congratulating the Oak Grove High School Lady Warriors cheer team and Coach Ashley Burdine for winning the 2024 Universal Cheerleaders Association UCA National Large Varsity Game Day Live Championship and for their impressive record of 15 state championships. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Oak Grove High School Lady Warriors cheer team and Coach Ashley Burdine for winning the 2024 UCA National Large Varsity Game Day Live Championship and for their impressive record of 15 state championships, and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Ashley Burdine for the team and Oak Grove Principal Helen Price, forwarded to the Lamar County Board of Education, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Mr. President, I ask that the resolution title be read for the Oak Grove football team.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 22, a resolution commending and congratulating the Oak Grove High School Warriors football team and head coach Drew Causey for winning their first MHSAA Class 7A state football championship. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Oak Grove High School Warriors football team and head coach Drew Causey for winning their first MHSAA Class 7A state football championship, and extend the best wishes of the legislature to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Drew Causey for the team and Oak Grove Principal Helen Price, forwarded to the Lamar County Board of Education, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senate colleagues, if you want to know what winners look like, look no further than the students here from Oak Grove High School. State champs in dance, cheer, and winners of the first ever 7A football state championship. These students are not only great athletes and performers, they're also receiving a grade A education. Oak Grove High School, led by Principal Helen Price, is an A-rated high school. I'd like to introduce to you the Superintendent of the Lamar County School District, Dr. Steve Hampton, Assistant District Superintendent, Dr. Patrick Gray, Oak Grove Principal Helen Price, and Athletic Director Chris McCardle. Lamar County School District is an A-rated district. In the district, there are 4 high schools, 3 of whom are A-rated, 1 is B-rated. These students perform on the field, on the sidelines, and in the classroom. The game day experience at OGHS is something amazing and second to none because of the students being so great at what they do. These champions are who they are because of their team leadership. Cheer coach Ashley Burdine, dance instructor Sarah Williams, and head football coach Drew Causey. Leadership does matter. Mr. President, I ask that you now recognize Coach Causey to address the Mississippi State Senate on behalf of all these champions.
Coach Causey, you're recognized to address the Senate.
First off, I'd like to thank our Senate for allowing us to be here today. We really appreciate you recognizing the achievements of all of our programs. And I'm speaking on behalf of our football team, our cheer and our dance. For us, I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Hampton, Dr. Gray, Ms. Price. Without these 3 people and helping us along the way, none of these achievements would be possible for us. So we're very appreciative of those guys as well. I'm going to introduce my coaching staff real quick. They're all in the back somewhere. You have Benji Merchant, Trip Summerall, Sam Thomas, Jeff Waits, Tevin Durr, David Capers, J.D. Simpson, Kevin Malden, Garen Malone, Dyron White, and Kelton Vaughn. So without those guys and the hard work they put in every day, a lot of this wouldn't be possible, especially for our football team. And I know our cheer and dance for the people that helped them out, the same goes. It's very special the first time and we go 7A that we all 3 are able to win this together. And I think it just shows to the students that we have, they work extremely hard on the field, off the field, when we're not around, and we've got some great leaders that are coming up in our state, and we can't wait to see what they do. So thank y'all very much.
All right, let's take a picture. Congratulations, coach and cheerleaders, cheer team. Thank y'all. Very special. State champions. Bye, y'all. Good to see you. Have a safe trip. Hang around if you'd like. Y'all ought to tour the Capitol. It's gorgeous.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Yes. I know. Let me know what I can do.
Okay. Thank you very much. Proud of each of you. Senator Jackson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Governor. I'd like to request floor privileges for Charleston Harris, 2023 Financial Counsel of the Year, and her guest.
Floor privileges are granted. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, please show them to the chamber floor. Okay, Senator. Proceed, Senator.
I'd like to call up Senate Resolution number 46 and request the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution number 46, a resolution recognizing Charleston Harris of Clarksdale, Mississippi, as a recipient of the 2023 Financial Counselor of the Year Award by the Association for Financial Counseling and Planning Education, AFCPE. Now, therefore, let it be resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby recognize Charleston Harrison of Clarksdale, Mississippi, as a recipient of the 2023 Financial Counselor of the Year Award by the Association for Financial Counseling and Planning Education, AFCPE, and extend to Ms. Harris our best wishes for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Charleston Harris, forwarded to the AFCPE and the Mississippi Bankers Association, and be made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Charleston Harris, a longtime resident of Clarksdale, Mississippi. I think she's known me as long as I've been alive. I think my first memories of her are in marks around the credit union that my father co-founded a long, long time ago. But a little about her professional life. Charleston has been certified by the AFCPE as an accredited financial counselor for over 20 years. She is certified by NeighborWorks as a foreclosure and default specialist, a HUD certified housing counselor, and a credit repair specialist. Ms. Harris is also a licensed military home specialist with the Boots Across America program, and she was recently certified as a trainer by Freddie Mac. For the past 13 years, she served folks of the Mississippi Delta by working as a credit/housing counselor with the Southern Bancorp in Cosmetology, Mississippi. And prior to that, she was with the Mississippi State Extension Service for 27 years. Charleston is a graduate of Southern University, and she and her late husband, Elder Nathan Harris Sr., have 5 children and 14 grandchildren. On behalf of Senator Simmons and Representative Payton and I. I'd like to recognize Charles Steen for this great accomplishment and request that she have the privilege to address the Senate, Mr. President.
You are recognized to address the Mississippi Senate, ma'am.
To Lieutenant Governor Delbert Hoseman, to Senate President Pro Tem Senator Dean Kirby, and the entire Senate. This resolution is a symbol of the blessings that I have received during my career until now. Thank you for bestowing me with such an honor and this very special recognition. A special thank you to Senator Reginald Jackson, a young man whom I've watched grow up and become the person he is today through 4-H. I feel overwhelmed and emotional, and I'm at a loss for words because this is a very special moment in my life. I recently lost my greatest supporter of my work, my husband of 36 years, Nathan Harris Sr. He would have been so proud. I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to serve the citizens of Mississippi for almost 40 years in the area of financial counseling and education. I want to say thank you to Mississippi State University Extension Service for providing the foundation of my counseling certification, and a special thanks to Southern Bancorp for providing me with the many opportunities which allows me to serve throughout the great state of Mississippi and beyond. I want to thank my son, Nathan Harris Jr., my sister, Dr. Colette Scott, MD, and my pastor and wife, Elder Larry Lewis and Eva Lewis, and also Nathan Pittman, the Senior Vice President at Southern Bancorp, for being here with me today to celebrate this momentous occasion. Again, I'm deeply honored, and thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Harris, and congratulations. Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senate. If you would turn your attention to the North Gallery, seated with Ms. Karen Thornhill is Kinsley Cruz from Germantown, Tennessee. If you would please stand. She is visiting us today because she is interested in becoming a lobbyist. And so if she would like to later come and talk to the members of the Senate, I'm sure we could talk you into that or talk you out of it, depending on which one of the talks you would like to hear. So please welcome her to the Mississippi Senate.
Welcome. Any other introductions? Seeing none, Senator Hobson. We go to the calendar. Item 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item 1 on the calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 504, Rural Fire Truck Acquisition Assistance Program, authorizing additional round for counties and municipalities.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I ask that you recognize Senator McClendon to handle this bill. We do have an amendment to it, but he'll handle the bill.
Senator McClendon is recognized.
Colleagues, what we have before us is a House Bill 504. We have a strike all. This deals with the rural fire truck program. What Chairman Hobson wants to do this summer is, and Lieutenant Governor, as well as Commissioner Cheney, to take a look at the way we dole out the money for the Rural Truck Fire Act program, and we're going to look at this extensively also in conference, I believe. We're going to conference with it, and ask that you vote yes on this, please. At this time, I'd like to be recognized to present the amendment.
You're recognized, Senator McClendon.
It's got a reverse repealer, and adopt that we vote on the amendment or use of the morning roll call if there aren't any questions.
We've got a long way to go there. First, we get questions. Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
A question.
Question, Senator McClendon?
Yes, sir.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. I'm sorry, what does the amendment do?
It takes the House bill and puts a reverse repealer in it.
Thank you. That's all it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Other questions? Other questions? Okay, we're on the amendment. Senator, we're ready for your motion to adopt the amendment.
Move that we adopt the amendment on the morning roll call.
No, we still a voice vote on that. So all in favor of the amendment, please certify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, Senator.
I ask that we adopt the bill and the use of the morning roll call.
Does anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Please proceed. Thank you, Senator McClendon. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Item 2, Senator Hobson.
Ask to go to item 2, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1357, Department of Agriculture revised authority to spend certain funds.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Hobson.
Thank you. This is the strike all, which includes the same language that we passed previously on the Department of Agriculture. And if there are any questions about it, I will yield at this time.
Questions on the bill?
If not, I move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now move passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to procedure? Countess voting no. Present. I'm sorry. Seymour? No. Chisholm, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Harkins. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe Senator, there he is. Okay. I'd like to go to item 3, House Bill 1286, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1286, Motor Vehicle Provide Procedure for Licensing Rental Fleets.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I ask you recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This bill deals with rental car companies that have a fleet of 200 vehicles or more. And what it does is allows for an easier way for them to transition a tag from a vehicle that they are removing from service onto a vehicle that they're putting into service. And so currently, they would do it just like we would, where they return a tag to the county, and then they would get a refund for the portion of that or a certificate, and then buy a new tag for the new vehicle. This would allow them to keep the same tag, transfer it to a new vehicle with a $5 fee, transfer fee, and then the taxes would be prorated, changed for the amount that the new vehicle would be for the remaining part of the tag. And that's an explanation for what the bill does.
Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? I was voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on item 4. By use of the morning roll call.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 4 through 7 and have them retain their place on the calendar.
4 to 7 retains its place on the calendar.
Go to item 8, House Bill 1618, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1618, PERS, define instrumentality for purpose of PERS laws and include healthcare collaborators in the definition.
I make the usual motion.
The usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
I'm going to ask you to recognize Senator Parker to explain the substitute strike-all.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for the strike-all.
Mr. President, I think we're on the substitute strike-all. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1618, I'm going to kind of walk you through this because we've got 3 areas that are being addressed in this bill. One is in the title of the bill, as you see from the House. 2 others I'm going to kind of walk you through as we go through here. But House Bill 1618 has, to begin with, some language regarding UMMC. This first section of the strike-all pertains to language regarding, of course, UMMC. In 2017, the legislature created a healthcare collaborative that allowed an exemption from PERS for retired persons returning to work in the healthcare system. This section of the bill, which is sections 1 through 3, will phase out this program by not allowing new persons to enroll in the program upon passage of the legislation. So that's the bill as is on the calendar. The next portion of the bill you won't see in the existing bill, it's in the strike-all, is pertaining to a bill we spent a considerable amount of time on this floor debating, and that's the retired teachers return to work bill. You'll recall that that was Senate Bill 2685, and the language in this bill is the exact language from Senate Bill 2685 regarding retired teachers returning to work. We passed this bill with huge bipartisan support and numerous co-authors from both sides of the aisle, and it died on the House side and was not brought up. This addition of this language would reawaken the legislation. As you will recall, this bill would allow teachers to return to work in critical shortage districts or in critical shortage subject matters for a short period of time of up to 5 years. These do not have to be consecutive years, but are capped at the 5-year total. The teacher would be allowed to continue to receive their full retirement benefit and can receive, in addition to that, up to 125% of their high-force salary in addition to their retirement benefit. Of this 125%, half would go to the teacher and the other half would go to PERS. This would have a net positive impact upon the PERS system. And if you recall, thanking Sam again for the exhaustive research on this to make sure that this calculation and this formula for the half split between the PERS and the employee would indeed do that and have a positive impact on our PERS system. You'll also recall, after numerous questions, that this is not intended to be for everyone, but is a very positive way to help fix deficiencies due to teacher shortages and subject matter shortages. This is only available to teachers who retire after 30 years of service, but any currently retired teacher with less years of service will be grandfathered in at the passage of the bill. Should this method show benefit and the desired participation, it could be considered for other types of retirees in the future. I know I've heard and had other people approach members of us wondering if we can do this for the teachers, could we maybe do this for other groups of retirees? And certainly I consider this to be more of a first step in that direction to make sure we get it right before we broaden that language, which I think would create some complications in getting the bill passed. So that, as you'll recall, is section 4 and 5 of the bill. Again, that is exactly as passed on the Senate side from before. The final part of the bill, which is mainly new language here, is some language regarding PERS. This third portion of the bill, beginning in section 6 of the bill, deals with information and concerns raised during the hearings conducted by Chairman Johnson regarding the PERS Board. First of all, the House made the bold move to examine the PERS Board. Without such a move, hearings and information would not have been conducted by the Senate. There are problems, and I thank the House for sharing and shining some light on the subject. During the hearings that were conducted by Chairman Johnson, there were 4 things that I want to bring to your attention. Number 1, we got to hear from and interact with the PERS board members. These members are elected by their peers and serve as a liaison between the board and the membership as a whole. What I learned by this interaction with the members and from calls and correspondences is that this board is extremely important to PERS members. I found each and every member of this PERS board hardworking and active for those who elected them to their positions. Let me state this clearly. There is nothing in this bill that will change the membership of the current board. What we are trying to do is to get them the assistance they suggested in the meetings that were held. Number 2, we got to learn from the board members that they have full confidence in the solvency of the system. In fact, one member commented in jest that as members passed away, the system would become even more solvent, which was greeted by some applause by the people in the gallery. This outlook on his part stated that with time, utilization by beneficiaries would reach a peak and then lower over time, creating a greater financial ability of the system. Number 3, we got to learn that the board would like additional long-term planning advice and input, not by changing the board, but by connection with more experts. The concern raised by our Senate committee was that one actuarial expert had been in place for the past 5 years making recommendations. During that time, he has declared the system anywhere from completely solvent all the way down to in need of serious repair. This fluctuation of advice raised concern among many of the committee members. Finally, we learned that the PERS system has made well over $1 billion in additional rate returns since the start of this year, maybe closer to $2 billion. This return was not factored into recommendations that were set forth by the actuary. Upon questioning of this additional cash flow into the system, one question I had was, with the additional cash flow in, would there be any willingness of the board to go back and meet with the actuary again to reconsider some suggestions they had made? And their opinion at that time was they were not wanting to go back and conduct another meeting. So as a result of all of this information, the following is being proposed. Most importantly, we're inserting some language that we change section 2511-123 to clearly state that this section shall not be construed with any authority to reduce or eliminate earned benefits by retirees or current employees. Furthermore, this section will not be construed to reduce or eliminate the COLA promises that were made to our PERS members. So we're adding this in some language here where you can see it, you can read it in the bill, and in numerous conversations, I think that's important to members of the Senate. I think that's important to members of the House, and I think that's important to our retirees who have worked their lives to get this benefit and retire on, and we want to make sure that we honor and continue to honor those promises that were made to them. Secondly, it removes dated language which allowed the PERS board to increase the employer contributions unilaterally. Such increases can possibly raise revenue, but may reduce revenue if schools and cities decided to stop hiring employees as PERS contributors. This is on line 1078 of the bill. So the discussion was, if the employer contribution rate goes up exponentially or goes to a certain level, there is a concern that certain entities out there could find an alternative method of employment which would further reduce participation in the system, which in return would have possibly a detrimental effect on the system going forward. Number 3, it suspends the 2% increase that was scheduled to go into effect on July 1. The cost of this increase would have been $150 million that would have been borne by our schools, cities, agencies, and colleges. Number 4, it provides that any recommendations by the PERS board to increase employer contributions be accompanied by 2 actuarial assessments which are independent of the system and which provide an analysis of the impact to the state, cities, county, schools, and other entities. I'll share that recently we had a new bond rating established for the state of Mississippi based on some recommendations that were out there, and our bond rating was reduced. And number 5, finally, it clarifies that the PERS board has the authority to recommend the increases, and the legislature, based upon these recommendations, may implement them. Finally, the legislature needs to pay the piper in this situation. We need to add money to PERS. I know I've had conversations and discussions with many of you, including the Chair of Appropriations, about the desire of this body to add some more money into the PERS system. I look forward to those conversations continuing, with Chairman Hobson and with other people in this chamber, so that we can indeed not only make these recommendations that came out of this hearing go into effect, but also pump some more money into the system to bolster it and set the bar higher for our retirees in the future. So with that, Mr. President, I yield for any questions.
Thank you. We'll go to questions. Senator Hickman, I believe your question was first. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker, and all those who have worked on this. I have a couple of clarifying questions. Just for the record, and I understand some of these have already been answered, so don't get impatient with me if you've already given me these. But it's my understanding that from this bill, I heard you say that there's no benefits to the current retirees or current employees in the system. None of those benefits will be changed. And you pointed to the language. Can you tell me what lines that language is on?
Yeah, so the, let me find it here real quick. On lines 1102 through 1105 is the clarifying language that guarantees those benefits for our retirees going forward without any changes being made.
And this bill does pause the requested percentage raise that the PERS board had approved and voted on. This pauses that by the legislature, correct?
It does, and what it allows time to do is it allows these new actuaries to come in and to give us some more insight into the system as a whole. One concern the committee had was that we've had a recent change in the ARR, the adjusted rate of return for the PERS system, down from 7.55% to 7%. This reduction in the ARR actually impacts the system quite significantly. The system has been making a rate of return of over 9%, and by this reduction, the example I give, if you're assuming you're not going to get as much interest as you had before, your payouts will have more effect on reducing the capital balance in the account. And so I think getting this insight, and one great thing from our discussion with the great PERS members, board members, was that they welcomed the extra input. And just to be clear here, these actuarials that are going to be providing this advice will not be board members. They will just be extra advisors, who kind of come to this with maybe a different perspective, who can, help in these difficult decisions to maintain the solvency of the system.
So what happens, or is there any plans? I understand that if the PERS board had approved a 2%, then 2% the next year, and then 1%. What are we doing, if anything, or are there any plans to make whole the amounts that this 2% would have taken? And basically I'm asking, do we plan to relieve the burden that would have been placed on counties, cities, and schools with this increase in the rates? So that's where I mentioned kind of the concept of paying the piper. So if we pass this bill as it is, I believe an appropriate thing to consider by the Appropriations Chair and other members of this body would be pumping in a similar amount of money to what our employers or what our cities and municipal areas might have to pump in had that gone into effect. And so we're gonna try to make the system equal to what their recommendations were coming out. We just are not going to put that burden on the municipalities, the schools, and other entities going forward at this point without just a little more clean actuarial advice on the long-term implications of that. Because in committee, we had a couple of school people mention
that the impact for them with this extra 2%, there was one smaller district that said their employer contribution would go up by like $600,000 a year, and they were not prepared for that. So we have to find a way to make them whole, but we also have to have the actuarial advice going forward to keep the system solvent.
In my understanding, and I was in the committee as well, that this would probably likely cause a lot of our cities, counties, and schools to have to lay off people to find ways to meet this additional burden that would have been placed on them by adding this 2%. And so my question to that is, and I'm not trying to tie you down. I understand you're not the chairman of appropriations, and you don't, you are. I don't make those decisions. Right. But to your understanding, has there been talks that the legislature would, is the idea floating that the legislature would fund this 2%? Because we're pausing it, we will fund that and take the burden off the cities and the counties and assist to keep the system to stay solvent.
So in the discussions that I've heard, there is certainly a willingness by leadership at the highest levels in this body to contribute a significant amount of dollars towards the PERS system. You will have to speak with them more specifically on what that dollar amount might be, but I welcome those discussions because we do need to put money into the system, going forward. And back to the original part of that question as you started on the effect on the municipalities, in talking to some mayors and other people out there, this increase from 17.4 to 19.4% for the employer contribution is already creating an atmosphere where instead of hiring new employees who would be contributors to PERS, certain municipal governments are considering just hiring some type of contract labor off to the side who would work for the cities or whatever the agency might be, but would not be contributing into PERS. And for the system to remain solvent, you need to have the benefits, coming out on the end, but you also need the people on the front end to continue to be paying in, or you'll become upside down.
And I also heard you say, and I just want to, again, clarify for the record, in this bill, there's no change to the board, the composition of the board, how the board is elected, none of those things. The board still would still be the same as is in the current law.
And to be clear on that, there was, some consideration, given to the bill that came over from the House. That bill did have the language in there that would allow a change in the board as the process went forward. That bill in 2799, which is another bill that's still alive, were the two that were mentioned as bills that had the code section to change the board. This bill does not have that code section. So should this bill go to conference, I can guarantee you as somebody who is looking to be a conferee on this should it go to conference, there is no desire by myself or any member of this body who has come and spoken to me personally to change the board at all. And so by using this vehicle for this language, we are taking that off of the table and letting our PERS board members know that we appreciate them and that we're looking forward to working with them going forward and providing them the help they need to make these difficult financial decisions.
So just to understand what this bill does, it adds our teacher language of allow retirees to come back and work with 50%, and we've gone over all of that. It pauses the increase in employer contribution, keeps the board the same, and it causes the board to now, we want to make sure our numbers are right, so it requires them to now have two more actuarial numbers so that they can look at and make the correct decision for our employer system going forward to keep our system solvent and make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do. Is that what this bill does?
It is, and again, based on the actuarial assessments and the different numbers we've heard over the last few years, I think, and I can't speak for the board, but I think this welcomed outside input on this will provide a little bit more creativity in decision making, as far as the decisions going forward. I personally feel that we should maybe readjust the ARR back up again to a higher number than 7%, but that'll be a decision for the board to look at, and maybe that new actuarial guidance that might come might look at that too, because to move it back up, by 0.5%, makes the system seem much more solvent than if we lower that number.
Thank you for taking my question. The only thing I would add is that, I would be a lot more supportive if we had some assurance, and I understand that the way the system works and the way things work, the way our bill process works, some assurance and that we are going to take care as a legislature and put the funds that are needed. But I thank you for the work on this. I think we've come a long way from the original bill that we had. Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I also have an introduction.
One moment, please. We'll get the bills out. Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator?
Certainly.
Senator, you're recognized.
Senator, from line 1078 through 1081, talking about the rescinding of the 2%.
Yes, sir.
Now, in 1590, that has gone away. That bill was specifically trying to restructure the board. By what we've doing here in this amendment, we're not restructuring, but we're taking all their authority away, and that all they will be able to do is make a recommendation, and this body and the body of the House will have to appropriate the money. Is that correct?
I would not use that language at all. I wouldn't call it taking their authority away. I would call it bringing them help and more actuarial advice on decision making. And as it is now, anytime there's a change made, it always, there was a consideration last year of raising the employer contribution, and the legislature, I think pushed back on that enough that was withdrawn. So I think the legislature is always providing input to PERS, and I see us as natural teammates. We're not adversaries. We're working for the same system and the same good for the people that we all represent, and and hopefully this will get them, the assistance they need.
But this ain't a teammate. We're going to take total authority of this. The board will only be able to make a recommendation, as in the, and my personal opinion is I'm not no financial advisor, and that board is, if we need to give them more help, I'm all glad to do that, but not to take their actual authority away from dealing with the retirement plan.
So I think that the concern that I've heard on that is that, if one of the board's suggestions of raising the employer contribution from 17.4 up by another 10% over years goes into place, and the employer contribution moved to 27.4%, I believe every single city that each and every member of this body represents would have to implement a tax increase to make that happen. My goal in this is to provide more of a teamwork type of avenue, so that we're working together, so that we make these difficult decisions going forward to shore up the PERS system, but also to honor the commitments that have been made to the people in the system. To just say that we're taking something from them, I really get tired of that type of language in this body. But if that's how you want to characterize it, you're certainly welcome to your opinion. But that is far from what I see us doing with the hearings that were conducted by Chairman Johnson and the input that was made by the board members. We're taking their suggestions of how we can provide them the help that they need, so that we can get, to a good point.
Well, we went from them being able to assess an increase to on line 1096, basically saying the board can only shall have the authority to make a recommendation. So that ain't. Thank you.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator? Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for yielding. Could you go to the section where it says that the benefits will not be reduced or eliminated for the current members of the system?
Sure, that is line. I'll find it here real quick.
Okay, thank you.
1102 through 1105. This section shall not be construed to provide authority to reduce or eliminate any earned benefits to be provided by the state to persons drawing a retirement allowance or to members of the system as of the effective date of this act.
And members of the system, is that defined anywhere in the proposal before us?
Yes, I'm not sure exactly where it is defined, but in reading and prepping for this, there were, I'll have to get back with you where that's defined, but should this move forward and go to conference and we need to further define that, my intent is to make that language as clear and understandable as possible, because as I've stated here, there is absolutely no desire by myself or any senator that I've talked to in here to move or change benefits for retirees or people who have worked so hard to get those benefits.
And so as we understand it now, those who are receiving retirements are members in the system, correct?
Yes.
And also those who are working in the system are members in the system.
Correct.
And we don't want to change or reduce or eliminate the benefits of those members.
Right, and if there is some move to be made in the future, there has been talk, which is not in this bill, about adding maybe perhaps a fifth tier at some point in the future, but there is nothing in here that would change current benefits or current anything for any current member, either as a recipient or a payer into the system at this time.
One question or concern that I had was that if we know the actual amount that the system needs to be funded right now at 2%, why can't we just do that? Why do we need this bill to do what we know needs to be done, which is we need $147 million or so to fund the system?
So if the 2% goes into place, then the $150 million will come primarily from our cities and our school boards and other groups like that. And I actually have somewhere in here some numbers on that to implement the 2%. For state agencies, it would require an additional $25.7 million. For universities, it would require an additional $24 million. For K through 12, it would require an additional $57 million on their part. Community colleges, an additional 7. Counties, an additional almost 14. Municipalities, $14.5 million. And then others, 7.1 for a grand total of $148,907,456 for the 2% increase to go into place. So by doing what we're suggesting here, we're again, the intent on this is to have the legislature hopefully come in with some dollars to shore this up and to bear that responsibility by the legislature instead of bearing it by the municipalities and our mayors and our school boards, which I think will be more burdensome on their part and certainly more challenging to try to make whole.
And I certainly appreciate your work, Senator Park, on the bill, and I appreciate leadership for bringing it forward. And for the locals, whether it's our cities, counties, or school districts, we certainly don't want them to be burdensome with that obligation. My simple question is, if we pass this bill, but in the appropriation process, because we can't be responsible for what those folks do on the other side of the building, and we actually come forth and we say we want to fund for our cities, counties, and school districts, and they don't agree with that, where does that leave us?
As you know from being here a long time with me, you and I both learned that we cannot control what the other side of this building thinks. I think in what we're working on today, there is a desire to try to get to some common ground that would include the infusion of those dollars. I think and I hope that the House will understand and appreciate the fact that we're moving forward on this to try to, help the situation. And I will just guarantee you from my part that I will continue to have conversations with the chairs of finance and appropriations and with the lieutenant governor to stress your desire and your your hope that we will indeed do that. And I would expect us to do that, but I certainly cannot guarantee it. But I will be working hard to make sure we do, and to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
Senator, you're recognized.
Senator Parker, I really appreciate all that you said. And in layman terms, am I interpreting this as there will not be any increase of taxes on the municipalities nor the counties as a result of this?
That's a correct assessment, yes, sir.
And the board will stay the same?
Yes, by not implementing the 2%,
Yes.
they will not be forced to raise the employer contribution, which in turn will, this year, which in turn will also allow them possibly to prevent decisions of raising taxpayers' rates around the county or city to make up for that deficit they might have with this 2%.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Butler, as always.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. For what purpose, sir?
Mr. President, I have a question. I'm sure it's been gone over, but I want to be sure.
You go, Senator. Senator Jordan is recognized.
Thank you, Senator. What we're doing now, which means that the local people, cities, municipalities, and counties will continue the way they are now without an increase in taxes, and the state will take over the responsibility of what you are doing now. The state will pay the bill.
So if the state chooses to pay the 2% amount, which in this case would be $150 million approximately, yes, sir, that would be what I would like to see happen and what I will continue to work towards. Yes, Senator.
So this takes the burden off the city, the county, and municipalities.
Right, for right now, and as these other
that's what I don't understand.
Yes,
For
sir.
right now, explain right now. What you mean? How long is right now?
So what would happen now with the new process is the board would continue to meet, and should they see that they desired or wanted to make any increase, they would meet with not just the one actuarial they have right now, but with that actuarial plus 2 more independent actuarials who would give an opinion on what changes could be made. Those changes could be a change in the employer contribution, or as I was discussing with Senator Hickman earlier, it could be a simple change in the anticipated rate of return for the PERS balance. So the example I give people is that say you have $100,000 and you want to retire, and you don't have that money making any interest. If you draw out $10,000 a year at 0 interest being made by the account, in 10 years you'll have a 0 balance. But if you have the same account with $100,000 in it and you're making a 10% interest return and you draw out 10% a year, that 100% balance will sit there in perpetuity because you're using the interest calculations to fund the return or the payout that you're making to yourself or who the beneficiary would be. So that's why it's so key in this discussion to understand what the anticipated rate of return is, because if you move that needle by even a slight amount, you can change the forecast for the board and for the account balance forever going forward. And those are the kind of discussions I would like to see additional actuarial experts come in and provide. And I'll make this point too. It was said in the committee meeting that our PERS system is outperforming almost all of the other systems around the country. And so if we want to continue to have that be the case, I think adding advice, at the highest level is something that can continue to keep us on that track, and as we have more people entering into the retirement system.
Okay, one final thing. If the state is paying the bill, then the board follow the direction of the state. The board is appointed by the state, and if we are paying that bill, then the board follow the instruction of the one who pays the bill.
So the board will continue to be primarily appointed by the membership. So as I understand the membership right now, 8 of the members are appointed from different segments of the retiree population, and they are good representatives of the people who have elected them. The director, executive director of DOR is on there, state treasurer is on there, and maybe one other member. But the board is not going to change with any of these suggestions. It will continue to be made up by the membership and those elected by the members of the system, and this does not have any impact on the board.
But we are paying the bill. When I say we, I mean the legislature.
I think on just about every item out there, we end up being the ones responsible, to the people we represent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Barr, for what purpose, sir?
Friendly question, Mr. President.
Senator, will you yield? Senator Barr, recognized.
Certainly.
Thank you, Senator Parker. My question is so this bill will pause the 2% increase, which will therefore pause the 5% increase over time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it's my understanding that if this bill does not pass and that 5% goes in effect, that it's going to cost K through 12 $143 million in excess expense, extra expense to cover the PERS increases. Is that your understanding?
Well, you're certainly the expert on K through 12 funding, but it is a huge dollar amount, and the one I see in front of me right now is I see $57,136,367 on the chart I have in front of me, but there's probably some additional charge that's not factored into this table.
It'd be a significant amount. And so where would you think school districts would do in response to this increased expense? My thoughts is they'd be laying off teachers, cut services, raising taxes. Is that something that you've heard and you understand to be the case?
I think, around our state there might be, I've heard from a couple of school districts that say they might be prepared to implement the 2%. I've heard no school district or city tell me that they're prepared to implement the 5% increase that is forecast and is in front of us. So if the 2% goes into place this year, there'll be another increase next year should we not act. And at that point, your scenario of what could happen would be you have to find somewhere for the revenue to come from. So your property taxes would increase, however the school system is funded in your area. Some school districts are able to make supplemental payments to teachers, as you know. I think that might be something a school district might have to consider removing or stopping if we don't act on this. So I don't see any positive impact on the school system without intervention.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the work that you and Chairman Johnson, Chairman Harker has done on this legislation, and I'll be supporting you as you go forward.
Thank you, Senator DeBar.
Okay, no further questions, Senator, and we have an amendment. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I'd like to move adoption of what I think is Amendment Number 1, and I'd like to speak to it.
You're recognized to explain Amendment Number 1, Senator.
Mr. President, I have good tidings of great joy, which shall be unto all people. Although I have much to say about this bill, I'm not going to say it. I would, however, offer this one amendment because I think within this proposal there are some good features that actually deal with the real problem. The core of what this amendment does, the part that I consider helpful, is to replace an assessment on payroll with some sort of appropriation from the state. But the way the bill is before you, the restriction on assessing payroll comes into effect regardless of whether the state actually makes a contribution or not. What my amendment would do would simply say that if the state contributes $250 million or more this year to the retirement system, then the 2% assessment is rescinded for this year. And in future years, if the state, in any year in the future in which the state contributes $250 million or more, then you would not have authority to levy payroll. I think everyone agrees that the percentage of levy on payroll is getting way too high and certainly doesn't need to increase. But once again, that's the only thing the board can do to keep the system solvent. So replacing the notion of assessing payroll with some other source of revenue, which in this case is what I understand to be the proposal, a direct appropriation from the state, does it. But it also, people have raised the question very obviously, well, what happens next year if the legislature just doesn't appropriate the $250 million? Where are you? You can't assess payroll. They haven't got any money, and the system's got to have money in order to survive. So what this amendment does is just say, so long as the legislature is appropriating $250 million a year or more, there will be no additional assessment on payroll. And I would just say this other matter in support of the amendment. I seriously doubt the House is going to concur in this bill. And if we're going to conference, and if what we're doing here is sort of setting forth what our position is about which should be done, I certainly think this amendment puts us in a much stronger position. If there are no questions, I'll move adoption of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment. Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator Bryan?
Yes, sir.
Senator Hobson is recognized.
Mr. President, thank you. Senator Bryan, if we wanted to put in more than $250 million, this would obligate us to put in just that amount. We would be precluded from doing that.
No, it says you have to put in at least $250 million.
All right. If the plan got healthy due to market increases or some other investment moves, would we still be obligated under this proposal to put in $250 million per year?
I think that if we're going to take away the right to assess payroll, which is the only method of getting revenue, that needs to be replaced with some other revenues from somewhere. Maybe we could have some extraordinarily good years, but I don't think at this point a combination of runaway inflation and increased returns on investment is going to do it. So I think there's going to have to be some revenue. I would suggest if there's a better way to phrase this, that probably could be worked out during the process. My dilemma is this is all moving at a very rapid clip.
Sure.
And I'm trying to catch the train as it goes by. I'm just a flag stop.
Well, I agree with the concept that we need to put a significant amount of funds into the system this year. Obviously, with the bill pending before us, I am concerned that we could be limiting ourselves in some way and committing ourselves to some other obligations while there may not be the need for that. You know, if there was a proposed 1% increase, there would certainly not be a need to put $250 million in. There may be a need to put in more than that based on how the status of PERS is at that time. But again, the out years concern me, and I appreciate your answering my questions. Wouldn't you agree? As you would say.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
You said you appreciated me. Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you, Senator.
But I think, Mr. Chairman, the true answer to your question is the fine points of this are going to be worked out in conference. And it's obvious we're going to have a budget one way or another eventually, and that budget is going to be agreed upon by the two houses. And when that budget is agreed upon, this will be part of the consideration. It's like everything else. I don't know what the outcome would be. But obviously, in this situation and a lot of others, the general law needs to conform to what we're doing in appropriations. My only point with this amendment is I'd rather go forward into the process if this is setting forth the Senate position. It admittedly in a general sense rather than assuming that every particular is exactly correct. I'd rather the Senate position be if we're not going to levy the 2%, there's got to be some money from somewhere else. And that's what I'm trying to do with the amendment.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Mr. President, permission to be added as a co-author on this amendment.
Seeing no objection, granted. All right, Senator, we're ready for your motion. I'm sorry,
I
Senator
move adoption of the
Parker.
amendment.
Senator Parker gets to speak on the amendment. I apologize. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Bryan. I'm in agreement with Senator Hobson on this. The reason we're moving this forward is that we don't have, at this time, I think the actuarial advice and input that we maybe need to make a decision on the exact dollars the system might need. And I'll use this example. In October, I believe 30th, we got a report from PERS showing that they had a fund balance of $30.4 billion in the system. In Senator Johnson's committee meeting, we learned that December is the highest month of draw because of the COLA checks that go out, and those COLA checks go out in the amount of $850 million as a higher amount than what's the typical monthly draw. So by my calculations, that put the fund balance at around $30 billion coming into this calendar year. We heard early on in the session that that number might be closer to $31 billion, but when we were in committee and we were discussing it, there was a check that was made by a board member to see the current fund balance, and we were told that at that time the fund balance had increased to $33 billion. So when a fund balance moves by an index of almost approaching 10% at a time where I'm seeing rates of return on my investments of up to 20% or so, I will say that those huge rates of return impact the solvency of the system and the amount of dollars that need to be put in there. And so to arbitrarily at this point put a number of $250 million in there going forward and say that if we're not contributing that, I don't think meets the intent of the bill to seek the insight and the guidance from the experts to help us make the proper decision. I've already spoken to questions from a number of people in here, including Senator Simmons, about my desire, and I went between, as Senator Bryan was proposing his amendment, went to sidebar and discussed with Senator Hobson his desire to put more money in the system, and I will tell you that he has a firm desire to put more money in the system, but he wants to put the proper amount in there. That number might be $100 million, might be $250 million, might be $500 million. That's what we need to look at, and we need to have the information, the advice to do that, and not just arbitrarily come up with a number at this point. So I will side with my appropriations chair with his concerns about this amendment, and with all due respect, I ask you to vote no on the amendment.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
I just want the Senate to very clearly understand why I offered this amendment and where we are. The bill that's before you takes away the authority of the board to assess payroll without permission of the legislature. But it does not provide any way to replace that revenue. So the underlying bill effectively would mean the legislature would have taken away any method of getting enough money to even keep the system anywhere near being actuarially sound, without any way to replace that lost revenue. And if you think our bond rating had issues now, I ain't gonna help it. I move adoption of the amendment.
Motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is defeated. Senator Parker.
If there are no further questions, move adoption of the strike all.
Adoption of the strike all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
One moment. Senator Sparks has a question. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President, for a question.
Senator Parker, will you yield for a question?
Certainly.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a question on the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is that the intent is that the rate that's been determined and then escalated would then be determined by the legislature. Is that correct?
No, the rate would still be determined. The recommendation would be made by the PERS board as is now, but the legislature would take that recommendation and implement it
upon the advice of the board, or make an alternative recommendation, depending on the situation.
Okay, I just want to make sure that when you look at 2511-123, that we look under F1, there's a couple of different places that says the board shall fix. I just don't want there to be conflict. And one of the things that I think is sort of been overlooked in the language change is that the old language instructed the board to only look at liabilities, which is quite an interesting way to look at your balance sheet. So in the future, we're going to try to put into the legislation that we look at assets and liabilities. Is that your understanding too?
Yeah, and I'll say I spend a lot of time talking to new graduates, and and this is a little off subject, but I have them look as financial planners. I say, well, if your goals are that you want to pay off your student loans, you want to buy a house, you want to buy a car, you want to retire and move somewhere else, you need to take that list of your desires and flip it upside down. Because if you're not looking at the end game, from the beginning, by looking at, to your point, the assets and the liabilities, you're missing the whole picture.
Because much of the discussion that we've had listening to our constituents is talking about that we have $33 billion of assets under management today, correct?
That was the number
approximately.
That's the number we heard in the committee that you and I were on together.
And the legislation, in all fairness to the board, has tasked them to only consider liabilities, and we're trying to rectify that as well, that you've also got to look at assets and liabilities, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
That's the way we should do things. Thank you, Senator Sparks. So if there are no further questions, move adoption of the strike all.
Motion is to adopt the strike all. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're on the bill.
On final passage, move passage by the use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Pardon me?
Object to the procedure.
Okay, I can't hear.
Call the roll. He's objecting to the procedure.
We have an objection to the procedure. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Latner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barrett. Berry. Boyd. Brumfield. Frazier. Jackson. McClendon. Simmons of the 12th. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Turner Ford. Voting yes or yea: Barnett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Brumfield, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Simmons the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay: Blunt, Bryan, Chisholm, Latner, Norwood, Seymour, and Thomas.
Senator Tate, for what purpose?
To the vote.
Please proceed.
I'd like to announce a pair. I would vote yes, and if Senator Barrett was here, he would vote no.
Pair, Tate, Barrett. By a vote of 38 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 9 and 10 on the calendar, have them retain their place, and go to item 11, House Bill 1617, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill
1617.
County Industrial Development Authority, revise certain provisions regarding.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Younger to explain the bill.
Senator Younger, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill is about, it's about the supervisors, Lowndes County Industrial Development Authority. It's giving them permission, so to speak, to use more bonding money, but it only applies to Lowndes County and the Industrial Development Authority created in Lowndes County. It also grants specific authority to the Lowndes County Industrial Development Authority and the Lowndes County Economic Development District to separately or jointly acquire and develop a new 800-plus acre megasite project called Cinco. The bill grants specific authority to the county to borrow or otherwise procure the funding needed to acquire and develop the megasite, with such as utilities for the benefit of the Lowndes County Industrial Development Authority and the Lowndes County Economic Development District, and further recognizes the pledge of revenues from any industrial projects that locate on the new megasite to repay any such borrowings. Because any indebtedness occurred by Lowndes County to fund the megasite project, it is expected to ultimately be repaid from new revenues derived from new industrial projects that locate on the megasite. The bill excludes such county debt from the ordinary debt ceiling caps imposed by Section 1991. The bill authorizes the acquisition of real property based on arm's length negotiations with landowners as opposed to not more than the value determined by an appraiser. I'm open for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, Senator, ready for your motion.
Make passage by the morning roll call,
Yes, the
please.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? No. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Motion to reconsider. Seeing none, Senator Barr, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 20, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2332, MAEP revised funding formula.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we do not concur, and I'll be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the House Education Bill. Originally it was our MAEP bill that we passed unanimously. The House returned it to us and inserted their Inspire language. I've looked through Inspire, talked to different folks, and based on my research, I just think we don't need to address it during the session, and this is a way to take off the table. I spoke with Chairman Robertson about this, talked to him about some of my concerns, and I'll go through those this morning if you'd like to hear them, and that I'm willing and committed to working with him during the off session to address the funding formula that we have for our education, whether it's coming up with a brand new formula or revising MAEP, whatever the case may be. But I think it's imperative that we look at it together, move slowly when doing it, because as you know, this was something that was not made public to us until deadline day in February. And I don't think that when we address a third of our state budget, a budget of this size and this significance, that we should do it in a rush. And so some of the concern, and so that's why I committed to Chairman Robertson that our education committee would meet in the off session. We'd look at getting experts brought in. We would look at talking about how we best help those districts that don't have the tax base, that need more funding, and make it fair for those districts that do. We don't want to punish those districts as well. Some of the concerns that we've looked at regarding the Inspire bill is there have been 4 or 5 iterations of the charts that show how much each district will get. And so I directed or asked our LBO staff, Max, who's done a great job, prepare us a chart, and based on the numbers and really the way he could interpret Inspire. And there are some districts that do well, and there are a vast majority that don't do well over a 10-year period. And so I had concerns about that. And so the numbers, because we have 4 or 5 different iterations, I did not feel confident in bringing that to you and say, hey, this is a third of our budget, but vote for it anyways. The other concerns I had is the fact that we're addressing or dumping a lump sum. Basically, Inspire tries to address certain needs, ELL, special needs, gifted. We dump a lump sum into districts. So how do we ensure the districts spend that money where it's required that we want it to go? There's no accountability for that. And so those are a couple of concerns I've had. And the other concern is, I think this has come up in the past, way before most of our time. Maybe Senator Bryan can address, understands that in the past, when this was brought up, districts would inflate some of their numbers, saying they had more special needs children or ELL children, and that would lead to obviously issues of, fraud and things of that nature. And so, I'm not saying districts would do that now, but over a 10-year period, I just was concerned the districts would lose. Some of the districts would lose money. Wasn't sure about the numbers, and so that's why I think it's important that we pass on it this year, address it over the summer, come back next year with a plan that's vetted by the Department of Education, outside groups, the Educations Committee in the House and the Senate, and others. You will also see, because this body has made a substantial investment in education, when the Appropriations Committee meets later this afternoon or this morning, you will see that the $204 million that we committed under our Senate MAEP plan will be in the appropriations bill. So we're saying that we want to keep committing to education. We're willing to keep funding education, and that at this point, we just don't think it's necessary to change a formula in such a rush. And so those are the reasons that I'm asking you to support the motion to do not concur, and that we address it, remove it from the table now, and address it in the off session. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question.
You, Senator. Please proceed, Senator Jordan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Does this improve? We have only funded out of its 30 plus years we've been here. We've had it. We've only fully funded twice, 2 times. What this will do, will this improve the process of funding that more than just 2 times out of about 30 years, I think, I was in the school system teaching. What will this do as far as making it right and more funding rather than just 2 times out of possibly 30 years?
Well, if you do not concur, as the motion is, nothing will change with MEP regarding the formula. And we have our position, the House has their position.
Well, I just want to...
But the thing is, we are still putting the $200 million in the appropriations bill and sending that hopefully to conference to work on with the House. So we're putting more money, we're putting our money where our mouth is, and I think that will definitely help our districts.
That's a possibility that we can fund it more often than just twice out of 30 years?
I think that's the goal, is to make that happen. That's what I discussed with the House Chairman Robertson, is we need to come up with a formula, whatever that may be, that provides predictability, objectiveness, and stability for districts as well as the state when it comes to funding our schools.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Are you for a question, Senator? Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Before I ask you the question, I want to tell you I agree with what you're saying on those categories and the over-identification, because I believe that could very possibly happen. My question is, how many districts are we holding harmless for declining attendance? How long have we been doing that, and how long are we going to continue to do that?
Well, in our Senate MAP, we had roughly 10 to 15 districts we were holding harmless just for 1 year, given an opportunity to realize what their funding is going to be in the future. Inspire, I believe, holds a few districts as well, harmless.
Yeah, realize that.
To get caught up and so forth.
So we're not going to do that again next year, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Other questions? Okay, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Motion is do not concur.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator DeBar. Senator Polk, you're recognized. I'm sorry, before we do that, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call an appropriations meeting immediately upon recess in room 216.
216, Mr. Clerk. All right, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess. We'll go to item 41, I believe,
Yes, sir. That's it.
on the calendar. Senator Simmons. Pass and retain. Senator Barnett. Pass and retain. Senator Sparks. Pass and retain. Senator Harkins. Pass and retain. Senator Parker. Pass and retain. Senator Branning. Senator Branning. Pass and retain. Senator England.
Where we at?
Pass and retain. Senator DeBar. Senator DeBar. You're on item 49, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 49, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2232, Newton Municipal School District require election of Board of Trustees by population of the school district.
My motion is we do not concur and invite conference, and I be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House struck all the language that was for the Newton School District that Senator McComb presented and inserted language dealing with 16 section land out of Hattiesburg. And so for that reason, I ask that we do not concur and invite conference.
Are there any questions? Seeing no question, motion is do not concur, invite conference. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. $29. To 36, okay. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to item number 36 on today's calendar. Have the title read.
Motion to suspend the rules, go back to item 36. Any objections? Seeing no objection, we'll go back to item 36, Senate Bill number 2823. Senator Blackwell.
Read the title.
No, but we will. I was waiting for you to say that, but please read the title.
Revise various technical provisions related thereto, including reimbursement levels and facility eligibility.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I recommend we do not concur but invite conference and allow me to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House struck the Senate version of this, and their version is not as robust as our plan, so our discussion was to go back and adopt the Senate version and then fill in a little bit with the House plan. So that's an explanation of the motion.
Are there any questions? The motion is do not concur but invite conference. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell. Thank you. All right, we'll go back to item number 50. Senator Carter, pass and retain. Senator DeBar, item number 51.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call the item up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2349, Cardiac Emergency Response Plans require schools to implement and provide procedures and certain immunity related thereto.
Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we concur with the House's amendments. And I'll be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
You want to explain? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. This is Senator Boyd's bill that we passed out originally, dealing with schools, requiring schools to implement a cardiac emergency response plan, to purchase defibrillators and so forth. We passed out of here, I think, unanimously. What the House added was it requires annual practices for their plan, to execute their plan, as well as to allow private in-kind donations made to school districts to purchase these defibrillators. and to keep track with them to make sure they're in compliance with the FDA. So my motion is we concur, but I'll yield for any questions if there are any.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves we do concur. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call suggested. Any objection? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll calls voting aye. Senator Boyd?
Mr. Chairman, I ask that we suspend the rules and go back to item 20 in today's calendar, Senate Bill 2332, and ask that the title be read.
Senator Boyd asks that we suspend the rules, go back to item 21 or
20.
20.
21.
21, okay. I was hoping you would say that. Anyone object? Seeing no objection, we'll go back to item 21.
I'd ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2408, identification cards and driver's licenses required to have 988 crisis lifeline information.
Senator Boyd.
I'd make the usual motion, and I would ask that we...
the usual motion's not needed on concurrence. Okay.
I'd like to make there's some technical revisions that need to be made to this bill, so I'd like to ask that we do not concur and invite conference.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the motion is do not concur but invite conference. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Conference invited. Senator Boyd, now you go back to item
52. Mr. President, I'd like to call it Senate Bill 2417 and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
Which one?
Item 52.
52.
Where we were.
Okay. Senate Bill number 2417, Mississippi Intercollegiate Athletics Compensation Act and the Mississippi Uniform Agents Act, bring forward sections.
Senator Boyd, you recognize?
Thank you. The House just made some technical changes in here that did not in any way affect the substances of the bill, so I would move that we concur with the House, with what the House has sent over.
Motion is, we do a morning roll call. Motion is that we do concur by use of the morning roll calls. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill is no. No. Senator Chisholm is no. Present. Anyone wish to be voted present? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill, the conference report's been adopted. Okay, we'll go to item 53. Senator McClendon, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, sir. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, in the holding up the bathroom door over there in the on the north side of the gallery, one of our own has come to visit us from District 1 from way gone back. Now, Justice Chamberlain, my friend, who was destined to be into politics at a young age or either in Parchment when he tried to change the name of West Valley Street to Bad Street and found out the how he should go about that. Mr. Robert Chamberlain, Justice Robert Chamberlain.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome back. Good man. So good to see you again. All right, we'll go to item 53. Senator England, pass and retain. 54, Senator Johnson. Pass and retain. Senator England, 55, pass and retain. Senator Whaley, 56. Senator Whaley, pass and retain. Senator Barr, item 57.
Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2689, State Subject Area Tests and Accountability Standards replaced with college prep tests and revised provisions.
Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is we do not concur and invite conference. The House, all they did was change the repealer date on it. There are some things we need to get together with on the department regarding this bill. And so my motion is do not concur and invite conference.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, the motion is do not concur but invite conference. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Conference has been invited. Senator Simmons, pass and retain. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan will pass and retain all the way through item 61. Go to Senator Parker, item 62.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 62, Senate Bill 2244, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2244, foster care children allow free access to museums and state parks, allow free transcripts from colleges and junior colleges.
Senator Barker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a motion to concur and represent us and recognize Senator Hickman to explain the changes to the bill.
Senator Hickman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Parker. The change is simple here. On the one rare occasion that this body makes mistakes and the House catches them, the House caught an error that we made in this bill. And on line 107, they simply changed state parks to museum. It had been copied and pasted, state park where museum should have been. That's the only change. If there are any questions, I'll yield. But Mr. President, my motion is that we concur by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests that we concur by use of morning roll call. Any questions? Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Item 63, Senator England. 64, Senator Fillingham. Pass and retain. Well, 65, Senator Boyd. Pass and retain that item. 66, Senator Polk. Pass and retain. Now we'll go to end conference appropriations. So we'll skip that. Have no conference reports. We'll go to the general calendar, item 74. Senator Fillingham. Senator Fillingham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 903, machine gun, provide crime for conversion to.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingham.
I'd like to explain the strike all, Mr. President.
You are recognized to explain.
Thank you. In our strike all, this is the Senate language where we're putting the Glock conversion bill, I think it was Senator Delano's bill, from the Senate side into the House version. This is the companion bill. Just to remind you, there are some devices whereby you can take a regular like handgun and create it and make it a machine gun where you just pull the trigger once and it shoots multiple times. These devices have been used, unfortunately, against law enforcement officers in our state, particularly one down in the South Mississippi area that caused the loss of a life of an officer. So you'll see in the strike all, basically on line 13 and following, it's talking about machine gun conversion means a device that's designed, made, intended to convert a semi-automatic firearm into a machine gun, and then it lists the penalties starting in lines 20 for the first offense, which would be a felony of not more than 10 years or not more than $10,000 fine or both. And then on line 24 and following, a person convicted of a second or subsequent offense to be charged with felony under this act and sentenced to not more than 15 years or fined not more than $20,000 or both. And then the naming line is on line 29 and 30, where it names it for the law enforcement officer who was killed in the line of duty, Jeremy Todd Malone. And that is the strike all. It does have a reverse repealer on lines 31 and 32, you will see. So that's the strike all I'm explaining. If there are any questions on that, if not, I'll be happy to answer them. Then there's a second amendment. There was a clarifying amendment that Senator Whaley has authored along with me that I would offer, but I suppose I should take questions on the first strike all first.
Okay, so you, no questions, you move for adoption of the strike all?
Yes, Mr. President.
We need to take up the amendment first, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I guess I need to offer the Fillingham-Whaley amendment, which should be put on the board. And it's just to clarify that the term machine gun conversion does not include any semi-automatic firearm or device designed only to aid the operator of a semi-automatic firearm to discharge the firearm more accurately or to pull the trigger more quickly, as long as the operator must still function or pull the trigger of the firearm for each shot fired. So it's just some clarifying language to make sure we didn't do any harm to our Second Amendment rights.
Okay, any questions on the amendment? Motion is for adoption of the amendment.
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Now back to the strike all as amended.
All right, if no other questions, move to adopt the strike all.
No questions. So motion is to adopt the strike all as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
All right, if no other questions, then I move adoption of the bill by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Chisholm. Senator Hill. Anyone else? Anyone present? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Go to item 75.
All righty. Okay, we're going to move to skip items 75 and 76 and ask that they retain their place on the calendar and go to item 77.
We'll pass and retain the item 75 and 76 retains place on the calendar. Go to item 77. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1441, felony, increased penalties for commission of with use of semi-automatic firearm.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Hill to explain the strike all.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you. All the strike all does is amend the old language on line 14, which basically says if you commit a nonviolent crime with a firearm, you'll be sentenced to an additional term of 5 years. And the restored language just says which shall not be reduced or suspended, and that was removed in the House, and that's really the only change.
Okay, are there any questions? No questions. Senator, motion is to adopt the strike all.
Motion to adopt strike all.
Motion to adopt strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Hill.
Now my motion is for passage on the morning roll call.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, Senator suggests use of the morning roll call final passage. Does any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. We'll go now to Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley, item number 78.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 78, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1206, open season revised date for fur-bearing animals and hunting opossums, raccoons, and bobcats with dogs and guns.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had some pretty important stuff come up here before us today, and we're going to continue that and talk about possum and coon hunting for a minute. But basically all this bill does, in Section 1, it just would extend the Commission's ability to extend the season from the end of February to March 15th for hunting of the opossums, raccoons, and bobcats with the dogs. And also it deals in Section 2 with saying that every hunter, whether during gun season, must wear 500 inches of solid, unbroken fluorescent orange or fluorescent pink, while deer hunting And that's an explanation of the bill.
Are there any questions? Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now for adoption, use of morning roll call, Senator.
I move for passage by use of morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Go to item 79, Senator Younger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 79, House Bill number 1304, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1304, grain graders, provide process for certification of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Younger.
I'd like to yield the mic to Senator Berry and let him explain the bill.
Senator Berry, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, sir. This is the House version of the grain grading bill that we passed earlier this year. It simply allows the Mississippi Department of Agriculture and Commerce to establish a state-level training course that those working will be required to go through before they grade a sample of bean or corns. It provides our farmers with some uniform grading of their grain before they sell it. That is the explanation of the bill. If no questions, I move for final passage on the use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggested use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator to object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Branning, item 80.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend and go back to item 47 on today's calendar, please. Ask the title be read.
Senator asks suspend the rules, go back to item 47. Is that, what item number was it? 47. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Okay. Senator Branning, item 47.
Ask the title be read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2060, Memorial Bridge, dedicate the Little Biloxi Bridge to World War II infantryman Willie Edward King.
Senator Branning.
The motion will be that we do not concur and invite conference. The House sent this back. They simply removed our reverse repealer, and we did that by agreement so that I would have a vehicle open to accommodate any of you that have late Memorial Highway requests. So if you anticipate having a request, please get to me by the end of this week, and this is the bill that we will use to accommodate you. With that explanation, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
I thought you were inviting conference.
The motion is that we do not concur and invite conference.
And invite conference, yes.
Apologize for the confusion.
Okay. Motion is we do not concur and invite conference. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Conference invited. Senator Branning.
I'd like to pass and retain item 80 and 81 and go to item 82, call that up and ask the title be read, please.
All right, we'll pass and retain items 81 to 82. Go to item 80 and 81. Go to item 82, House Bill 697. Please read the title.
House Bill number 697, Mississippi Aviation Safety Act, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Branning.
I'd like to ask Senator Rhodes to be recognized to explain the bill, please.
Senator Rhodes, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is the Mississippi Aviation Safety Act. It's basically just a regulatory act to ensure public notice of stage 1 wind towers that are dangerous primarily due to ag aviators that are outside the FAA's jurisdiction due to these towers being at lower heights. Currently, these shorter towers are being constructed in our state, and they can be constructed in as little as 12 hours. And coincidentally, a lot of them are 198 feet tall, which are just barely under the FAA regulation. So this would just make it safer for our ag pilots. Once again, this bill does not serve for any financial gain for the MAAA or any pilot entities. It costs the wind farms no money. All it does is require electronic notification to be directly sent to the Mississippi Ag Aviation Division so they can add these locations to their database. And that's the explanation of the bill.
Are there any questions? There are no questions. Senator, a motion?
I move for final passage by usage of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests passage by use of morning roll call. Does any senator object? Any senator which to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. We'll go to item 83.
Pass and retain on item 83, Mr. President.
Pass and retain. It's placed on the calendar. Item 83. We'll go to Senator Parker. Item 84.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass items 84 through 87, have them retain their place on the calendar, go to item 88, House Bill 1487, and have the title read.
We'll pass and retain items 83, 84, 85, 86, and 87. Go to item 88. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1487, Capital Complex Improvement District Revised Boundaries of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
Move we adopt the strike law and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think everybody is in here is very familiar with the CCID boundary districts. To make this easier, I've got some assistance here in a potential change to the map to give you an idea that you can view easy or more easily than trying to read the words in the bill itself. Turn it around here. So this bill comes to us from the House, Representative Yates. We had detailed discussions on this in committee, and to kind of explain the map to you right here, the green part up here, the darker blue is existing CCID, and you may have to come up here closer. This may help, and Shelby also has a few copies if anybody would like to have one in their hand, but essentially the blue is where the CCID is right now. The green is the potential new area to be added to the CCID, and the red area that you see was an area that was to be removed from the CCID. During our committee meeting, Senator Blunt, we had good discussion over that area, and so we adopted a strike all to leave that area in. The reasoning for the removal, as I understand it, was that it's hard to make a turn along a railway line right there, but in discussion with Commissioner Tyndall in the meeting, he didn't seem to have any major problem with that area staying in. So what you have before you in the strike all leaves the red area in place and is only adding the green area. The green area, for reference, is the area that includes the Kroger that has been in the news quite often over the last couple of years for some crime areas. That Kroger is one of the largest grocery stores within the Jackson area. It has vital importance, I believe, to the city and to the area as far as food supply, and just a nice place for people to shop. And so what we did in this bill is we added the election precinct that makes up this area. So the boundary lines, and I've got another little map here, match the precinct that's being added here. So that is a brief explanation. There have been some discussions with, DPS and Commissioner Tyndall and with the Chair of Appropriation about extending this, and I'm sure with time there might be some additional resources that might need to be committed there. But we just are trying to make this little adjustment to the boundaries, and I yield for any questions.
Senator Blunt, do you have a question on the strike all?
I do not have a question. I'd like to speak on the bill on final passage.
At the proper time.
And Mr. President, too, the bill does have a reverse repealer in it, so we can continue to look at this as it goes through the process.
Senator Hill, do you have a question on the strike all?
I do.
Do you yield, Senator Hill?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that Kroger is a vital area in Jackson. My question would be to what you referenced a minute ago about additional resources, and as we continue to expand the Capital Complex District to include a greater geographical area, It's my concern that we continue to make sure that we're not spreading what we've already done thin, that we make sure that we do a good job. Would you agree with that?
I agree, and I think small incremental changes as needed or as brought to us by the community as a whole, or just by incidents that we see regarding crime or other things like that, are a good way to make, small changes if needed. There may be some areas to the point of this bill at the beginning that might need to be removed or that might need to be changed in the future, and there certainly could be some areas that might need to be added if we have the resources and the manpower to take care of them.
Well, that's just my main concern, that as we expand, we make sure that we got enough people to cover it, because we want to make sure that we're doing a good job with everything that we have expanded.
I agree completely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill.
Are there any other questions? No questions. Motion on the strike call? I'm sorry, Senator Horn. Senator Horn, do you have a question?
Question.
You yield, Senator Horn.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Parker, along the lines of Senator Hill's comments, my question is, with this is a lot more territory that we're covering. Is this just for the CCID law enforcement aspect of things, or is this going to be covered by the CCID advisory board?
I believe both.
All right. Then when we got started with CCID, it started with a 2% diversion of sales tax collected in the city of Jackson that would be remitted by the Department of Revenue over to the advisory board. The second year was 4%. Third year was 6% diversion, and that's where it was capped. So we have a lot more territory now, or will have if this bill passes. So are we increasing the percentage of diversion that is going from Department of Revenue back to CCID's board?
We are not in this bill.
Why not?
This is a House bill. It was sent to us, and I have had no discussion with House member or the author of this bill regarding any of those questions.
But you've decided as chairman of your committee to take the bill up and bring it forward to the floor of the Senate.
I did, and the bill was referred just strictly to AET. It was not referred to appropriations. I don't think it would be appropriate on my part to add an appropriation or a finance amendment to the bill without discussion with the chairmen of those committees, and so that's why we have not done so.
So my question is, where are we going to end with this shadow government within a government in Jackson? Where are we going to end? Is the entire city at some point going to be subsumed by CCID?
I'm not sure where we will end. I will say that there are lines of people who stop by my door to ask me to please include them in the district. So there is a desire by a number of people in the community to be included. I think when you have so much interest in being included, I believe it's an indication that the CCID and the Capitol Police in particular have done a very good job in, creating, a impression and feeling of safety among the people within the district. I believe this was brought to our attention because they want to see that same feeling continue for the Kroger area to hopefully maintain their presence, within the Jackson metro area.
From a development standpoint and a public safety standpoint, would you agree with me that the vast majority, there are exceptions, I realize that, but the vast majority of the population that is being covered, for lack of a better term, are Caucasian and not African American?
I don't have that number. I have seen that number at one time, but I would not agree with that based on my recollection. I do think that I will get that statistic for you, but that is certainly not my intention with this. My intention, as was explained to me by the House, was to bring the Kroger area into the CCID because of some of the potential issues we've had in that community. You know, and to your point, yeah, I see the CCID and, you know, DPS, Capitol Police working with Jackson Police Department, working with the Sheriff Association, other groups, you know, as a team to increase, you know, community safety. Yeah, and this is a suggestion to try to expand that collaboration.
Well, Senator, I've lived in Jackson all my life, and I know where the white folks live, and I know where the black folks live, and I know the mixed areas of this.
Do you know where I live?
I'm not speaking specifically. I'm talking about.
But do you know where I live?
I'm speaking that as it relates to trends and patterns, that's what that looks like.
Right, but
that's what
to your question,
like. And if it looks like a duck,
if that is your concern, you would certainly know where I live because I live within this district. So my question back to you is, do you know where I live?
Where you live is irrelevant to me, sir.
I think it's completely relevant to the question you're asking.
The question that I'm trying to ask you is, I know of plenty of other places in the Jackson area that have a higher crime rate than what's around Kroger. Why aren't those areas being brought into CCID?
Okay, and I'm sure those groups have probably come by and asked, you know, for some consideration, but I haven't had any conversations with you in expanding the CCID into any other regions.
The question that I have is, if the vast majority of the citizens who live in the CCID area are comprised of one group versus another, I'm speaking racially, wouldn't that beg the question to you that a question of fairness and a question of whether this thing is being deployed in a fair and equitable manner?
So when the CCID was first passed, I was not the author. You know, I believe one of the authors is in the chamber here. You may have, you know, questions for the author at that time. But as I recall from our debate on that, and I remember it being a lengthy debate, the concern was the safety of the community as a whole. And I do not remember any racial lines or divisions in our discussion from
no,
before.
Sir, that is not the reason that CCID was first formed. CCID was first formed, and I was one of the authors of CCID, authored the first legislation, the first light of day that it was ever seen in. I was the author of that bill. It was to protect the Capitol complex and important sites that were where state-owned buildings and resources were located. That's why we included Jackson State. That's why we included the fairgrounds. That's why we included the area near the R&D center. That's why we included the medical center and went all the way over because the medical center has extensive resources at the Jackson Medical Mall. We went all the way over there. That was the purpose for CCID originally. It wasn't necessarily about public safety. It was about beautification and infrastructure. Wouldn't you agree with me?
I don't recall that specific discussion. You and I have been here for quite a while, and, you know, of course, you know, been many years ago that we established this, but I think the safety of the citizens was part of our discussion from the beginning when we discussed CCID.
There was no public safety money. Well, I take that back. The board could provide funding for Jackson Police Department or the Sheriff's Department if they so chose. That never happened until Capitol Police was added and its powers were expanded to be a part of the policing authority of CCID. But that was not the original intent. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator has moved adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is amended. Senator Parker.
So my motion would be adoption of strike all by use of morning roll call. Passage of the strike all by the use of morning roll call.
Yeah, I think we just voted on that. So we've already voted on. We just voted on that, Senator. And
passage by the use of morning roll call.
That's right. Senator suggests use. We've already adopted the strike all. Senator Blunt does not, no, he yields. Senator suggests use more than roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator no. We have a few no's here. Senator Horn, Senator Norwood, Senator Derek Simmons, Senator Hillman Frazier, Senator Thomas, Senator Blackman, Senator Barnett, Senator Sarita Simmons, Senator David Jordan, Senator Jackson, Senator Brumfield, who else? Yeah, I said Senator Horn first. I'm sorry. Senator Albert Butler. Anyone else? Please read back those voting no. We have another Hickman as present. Anyone else wish to be voted as present? Okay, please read back the no votes, please.
Voting no or nay: Blackman, Horn, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Frazier, Thomas.
That's it.
Barnett, Simmons of the 13th, Jordan, Jackson, Brumfield, and Butler.
How many is that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 no's, 1
12 no.
With 12 voting no, the bill has passed. Well, yeah. We'll go to the next item, which is 89. 89, Senator Parker, pass and retain. 89, 90, Senator Parker. Senator Parker, 89 or 90, pass and retain. And 91 will pass and retain. We'll go to Senator Michelle. Senator Michelle, pass and retain item 92. And 93, we'll go to Senator Fillingain. On item number 94, Senator Fillingain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items number 94, 95, and ask that they retain their place on the calendar and go to item number 96.
We'll pass and retain items 94 and 95, go to item, and they'll retain their place on the calendar, go to item number 96, Senator Fillingain.
I would call that up and ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1004, Sex Offender Registry, revised definitions for provisions of law that regulate.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingain.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Sparks to handle the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1004 addresses the registration. I believe I'm on the right bill, correct? 1004?
1004, yes, sir.
This addresses registrations by those who have been deemed required to register as a sex offender. I do have an amendment for this bill at the proper time. That amendment would be a reverse repealer. We have spoken with our friends at the District Attorneys Association, and they wanted some clarifying language that the aggregate days that we are using have a fixed time period of which it would be calculated. So I would move that I would yield for any questions as it relates to the amendment, Mr. President.
Are there any questions on the amendment?
And I don't know if it's up on the screen. Okay. But
Okay,
it is
no
just a reverse
questions
repeal.
no questions on the amendment.
I would move for passage of the amendment. Adoption.
Adoption of the amendment has been requested. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's been adopted.
And now back to the bill. If there are no questions, I would move for passage on the afternoon roll call.
Senator Chisholm, do you have a question?
I have an amendment to offer at the proper time.
Now would be the proper time. Please bring it forward.
There you go. There it is.
Yeah, Senator Chisholm, you're recognized to, is it on the screen? Okay, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this bill, I have an amendment for any person that's required to register as a sex offender that they shall be prohibited from residing in any housing on the university or the college. It's a very simple amendment. You have it on there. If you have any questions, be glad to try to answer them.
Are there any questions? Senator Sparks, do you wish to speak on the amendment?
Yes.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to speak on the amendment. And Senator Chisholm, you will close on the amendment following.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the spirit of the amendment. Of course, it's the first time I've seen the amendment. It also includes civil liability, which is not what this bill was intended to do. This bill is intended to address people who register as a sex offender. So while the first part potentially I'm not sure is not already covered, I would have to double check on that. But the fact that it also adds a civil liability portion, I would move that we not pass the amendment.
Okay, Senator Wiggins, did you have a question for Senator?
For the chairman, or for?
Yeah, well, she's recognized to a for
Senator Sparks.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized. He still has the podium.
You answered one of my questions. Doesn't the sex offender registry cover can't live by students or daycares anyway?
Well, I think this is more so for an institution of higher learning, and I didn't want to shoot from the hip and say that it in fact covers that because I'm not 100% certain. But I do know that it already covers educational facilities such as K-12 and daycares and things like that, because that's kind of the purpose of the bill, was the aggregate number of days people were spending a certain amount of time and then leaving right before the so many days, being gone one day, coming back and then staying the amount of days they could stay. So that's the purpose of the bill, is the aggregate. But this is actually addressing campus student housing at IHL community colleges, and it's not been through the Universities and Colleges Committee. I'm sure they would like to weigh in on it.
Right, and to your point about the civil liability, the failure to register is a criminal statute. And to your point about civil liability, we're putting civil liability into a criminal statute.
I think that's correct. I don't know that it's subject to a point of order, but it's dangerously close.
We don't usually do that. So
right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, do you have a question of Senator Spark?
I do.
Senator Spark? You recognize Senator Hill.
Since this bill has a reverse repealer in it, I believe you were going to have offered a reverse repealer before we decide to do away with this language on universities and colleges. Can we clarify and make sure that this language is not needed, and if it is needed, that we include this in the conference report minus the civil liability section that you all are saying may not be germane to the bill? But are you aware that we had a registered sex offender just this past weekend that was arrested in the parking garage at the University of Southern Mississippi, and I think he was threatening suicide or something, had a weapon. So we have just recently had a sex offender on campus at the University of Southern Mississippi. So I do have some concern that if it's not covered already, that we make certain that it is covered for housing on campuses of universities and colleges.
I think the first point is that we have offered a reverse repealer, so that's certainly anything that is eligible to be added in conference could be. I don't want to speak for the chairman. I'm not actually the chairman of this committee. I'm just handling the bill as it relates to who would be on what conference report. But I understand where you're at, but I think the reverse repealer does leave that door open.
Okay, because, I would like to make sure that that's covered, especially after the news of the person being arrested at Southern was from another part of the state, but wound up at USM in the parking garage, a registered sex offender, 24-year-old registered sex offender. So I don't want this case to be closed if this amendment fails. So I'd appreciate your looking into that.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Hobson, do you have a question?
I do, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Hobson?
I yield.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to make sure this point's already come up, but this is a criminal code. Is this criminal code section or not?
It is in the sense that it is a crime to fail to register, although it's not in the 99 section of crime. It is a requirement to register, and if they fail to register, that then is a crime. But it's got two things in the amendment. One is that it's requiring someone that does register under this section, so they're in compliance with the law, be prohibited from living in any institution of higher learning, community college, housing. And then, of course, in the next section, it opens a complete civil liability section.
Okay, I think you mentioned earlier, did you not, that the civil liability portions, while you may not have a problem with the criminal part as it relates to the overall, the concept, again, whether or not it's needed, we don't know, but the civil liability part doesn't seem to fit into this portion of the code. Would that be a fair assessment?
That's correct, because if someone violated the registration portion, the general thing that happens is they get reported and there's a crime.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions. Senator Chisholm, since no one else wishes to speak or anything, you're recognized to close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move to make an amendment to my amendment. It seems as if they're concerned about the civil liability, so I would like to present an amendment to take out Section 6.
Okay, bring forth your amendment. Have you given it to him?
Do y'all have that?
He just asked Carlos a copy.
Did we vote on the original amendment first? No, we voted on the amendment to the amendment.
Are there any questions on the amendment?
Would you like to explain the amendment again, please?
Yes, they're concerned about the civil liability, so I make an amendment to amend my amendment to strike out section number 6, the civil liability, which leaves any person required to register under this section is prohibited from living in campus, student housing at an institution of higher learning or community college supported in whole or in part of the state of Mississippi.
Okay, Senator Bryan, you have a question?
Parliamentary inquiry.
You recognize, Senator?
I just can't keep up. We have the bill.
And we have an amendment, and this is the amendment to the amendment.
This is the amendment to the amendment. So the bill was not amended as it came from committee. Okay, thank you.
I think so.
If there are no other questions, I make a motion to adopt the amendment by use of morning roll call.
Anyone wish to speak on the amendment to the amendment?
Just move to adopt the amendment.
Okay, I think Senator Sparks wants to speak on the amendment to the amendment.
I have no issue if Section 6 is stripped out of the amendment.
Okay, anyone else? Any further questions? Senator Chisholm moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. Oh, the amendment to the amendment is what. Okay, now we'll go back to. Okay, I thought I did say all in favor say aye.
You didn't say all opposed no?
Oh, I did not say all opposed no. You're correct. I thought everyone said aye. Any noes? Seeing noes, Okay, no no's. So now the amendment to the amendment passes, we go back to the amendment. Right? Senator Chisholm, now for adoption, you move for adoption of the amendment as amended?
Now I move for adoption of the amendment as the amendment. Thank you.
Any questions? All in favor say, Senator Sparks, recognize the.
While I appreciate Section 6 is no longer in the amendment, the bill already has a reverse repealer in it. So I think this can be done in conference. We've put the reverse repealer, as Senator Bryan asked. This bill came over without any amendment, and the first thing we did was put a reverse repealer in it. So I would still move that we defeat this amendment. The bill has a reverse repealer, and this can be dealt with in conference. Thank you.
Senator Chisholm has requested the amendment be adopted as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment fails. Now we go to the bill.
If there are no further questions, I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests passage by the use of morning roll call. Any senator object? Sir? Oh, I'm sorry, you had a question? Okay, I'm sorry, Senator Hickman had a question. We haven't taken the final vote, so.
Certainly.
Senator Hickman, you yield, Senator Hickman.
I yield.
Senator Hickman, you recognize for a question.
Just a quick question. I want to make sure we're on the right bill. I may have been away for a second, but is this a bill that has the language about the aggregate and all that in there? Have we fixed the issue that we have with just a blanket aggregate, or have we put a time limit on that in here?
We put a reverse repealer in it to make sure that in conference we get the time frame cap. Yes.
Okay, but that is still at the forefront that we put a time limit. Again, I think the bill is good. I like the spirit of the bill, but I think we've had conversations that my only issue with it is that this whole 7 day is left to an infinity of time. Yes. So as long as it's at the forefront, I just wanted to make sure that's still a consideration. That's still
yes, and we did announce that earlier that the district attorneys also want that language that you have suggested, and we just want to make sure we get it right, which is why I added the reverse repealer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Senator suggests use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator England, item 97 pass. No, you can bring that up. But item 97, House Bill 1035.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked if we go to item number 97 and have the title read.
Can you hold on 1 second, please?
Sure can.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I like to hold that previous item on a motion to reconsider House Bill 10-00-1004. I was trying to speak on the amendment, wasn't recognized.
Didn't see your button. You must have punched it late. Senator England?
Yes.
Held on a motion, please join the chairman. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 97 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1035, Justice Court Judges included in the Nonpartisan Judicial Election Act.
Senator England.
Thank you. I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. We are going to have an amendment to this, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain the bill and then we'll get to the amendment a little bit later. It's an amendment that we adopted in committee. We did a little different. Instead of doing a strike all, we had just had an amendment in the committee. This makes sure that our justice court judges are now going to be nonpartisan in the state of Mississippi. They will be subject to the Nonpartisan Judicial Election Act, which every other judge we have in Mississippi is subject to. I did have some questions from at least one member about the election cycle for the justice court judges. They're going to stay under this bill. They will stay under the county election cycle, where county elected officials are elected. Justice court judges, of course, are county elected officials as well. They also want to stay in when they're dealing with counties, there's a bigger turnout there, so they like that idea. This also keeps any of our judges from losing a year or gaining a year, and we just have no other confusion with the other judges on the ballot when it comes to justice court judges. One of the reasons, I would say the primary reason the Justice Court Judge Association has asked for this is they are subject to the same ethics requirements as other judges, and there's just some questions as to whether they can be involved in a partisan election and then still abide by those ethics. All of our other judges are nonpartisan. Of course, Justice Court judges are judges, and so they would like to be held to that same standard, be a nonpartisan elected position. Now, for the amendment, and I know we will have another amendment from Senator Blackman as well, but if you will go to item number 70, I will explain the amendment. Well, I guess we can go ahead and, Mr. President, can we put the amendment on the screen? Can I be recognized to explain that amendment?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a very simple amendment. Candidates for county court judge and family court judge currently only pay $15 fees. Every other judge, circuit court judge, chancellors, and justice court judges pay $100 fees. So we're just raising that to $100 to make that even across the board. And that is an explanation of our amendment, which I'm happy to take questions on and move for adoption.
Okay, any questions on the amendment? Senator Jordan, for what purpose? Is this on the amendment, Senator Jordan?
Yes, Mr. President, I think it is. I just want some clarification on.
Okay, Senator England.
I'm sorry, I'll yield for a question. Yes.
Yes,
Senator Jordan.
This will mean that no churches will be running on any party label.
That's correct, Senator Jordan. This would be, in Mississippi, anyone running for a judge would be a nonpartisan position.
So that with the Justice Court judges, that ends it. All the others run nonpartisan.
Just like all the others, yes. If I understand your question correctly, so a circuit court judge currently does not run under a party. Now justice court judges would, if this bill passes, also would be nonpartisan.
Okay, thank you. That clears it up. All judges run nonpartisan.
That's right. That's right, Senator Jordan.
Thank you.
And justice court judges want to be held to the same standard and be
Sure.
under the same rules.
Sure, I understand.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Since no other questions, Senator suggested
on the amendment, Mr. President. Yes, move adoption of the amendment.
Move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to answer any questions on the bill, and I know, and I would also be happy to yield the podium here to allow Senator Blackman to explain his amendment, which he has talked with me about, and I think is a friendly amendment to the bill. But before we do that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I see no questions, Senator. You yield, Senator Blackman?
I would yield the podium to Senator Blackman to explain the Blackman-England amendment.
Okay.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment does is it adds clarifying language since Justice Court judges do not have to be licensed attorneys. There's language in here that allows Justice Court judges to practice law since they're the part-time judges. This clarifies and says that who are licensed and or authorized to practice law by the Mississippi Bar. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? We have Senator Sparks. Do you have a question?
A question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Sparks.
I do.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Sorry, I'm trying to work my way to this line. Who are licensed and authorized to practice law by the Mississippi Bar. What's the intent of the amendment?
Because in the bill, Justice Court judges are part-time, so there was confusion on whether they could still practice law, but Justice Court judges do not have to be licensed attorneys. So it's saying that the judges who are authorized to practice law as Justice Court judges are the ones who are licensed and authorized by the bar.
So your intention is that a person could run for the Justice Court bench and still practice law if they're already a licensed attorney?
Yes, because typically when you become a judge, you are full-time, and therefore you're no longer practicing law. But since Justice Court judges are part-time, it's clarifying that they are able to continue to practice law.
Is there an issue within your district? Because I'm pretty sure that that I know Justice Court judges who are attorneys who have not given up the practice of law.
No, it's saying the Justice Court judges, it's clarifying that this does not apply to those that are not licensed to practice law. Because a Justice Court judge could read this, who is not licensed to practice law, and read it as saying that I can now go practice law.
Okay, Senator Sparks, do you have?
I probably shouldn't be a justice court judge because I'm not sure I understood any of that, but part of it's because I hadn't found the bill yet. So that's my first error. Well, file directory not found. Shocking. 404. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, you move, there's no further questions.
Move for adoption of the amendment.
Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator England.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And just to offer a point of clarification on that last amendment, we're not requiring justice court judges to have a license to practice law in order to be a justice court judge. You don't have to have be a licensed attorney to be a justice court judge. In order to practice law, you have to have a license. That's what the amendment did. I had a few questions come up to me, Mr. President. I just wanted to make sure that I made that clear because in Mississippi, justice court judges are not required to have a law license, and we are not requiring them to in this bill either, even with the amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions, but if not, I would move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Sparks, you have another question?
Yeah,
you yield, Senator
I'm sorry,
Sparks?
Mr. President.
That's
I did,
fine.
yes.
I understand.
We're all sorry.
Senator Sparks.
The concern that I have and the question I have, and now it looks like I have, you're telling me the amendment, the purpose of that amendment was to do what?
So the purpose of the amendment is that a justice court judge cannot practice law.
And somewhere there's confusion in this state that someone who is not licensed is trying to go around and practice law. Isn't that a crime?
It may be, but I don't think it's anything wrong with us making that clear in this part of the law. If a justice court judge is not again, it's a part-time position, if a justice court judge is not licensed to practice law, they cannot practice law.
Well, I mean, I find that interesting because we also don't list in here that they can't have an automatic firearm. I mean, are we listing things in law now that someone can't do that is already listed in another place in the law?
Senator Sparks, I'm not aware of this being an issue anywhere. When Senator Blackman brought it to me, I try to listen to all of my colleagues when we have issues like that arise. I don't know if it's happening, but of course, adding it here, adding those few lines, I don't think really make this a worse bill. It just clarifies that you cannot be a justice court judge and practice law if you don't have a law license.
Okay, but no one else can practice law without a law license legally in this state.
That's my understanding.
Okay, and I'm seriously confused by it because my concern living in a rural part of the state is that we don't have enough attorneys to go around for the people that want to make step 2, which is to make you licensed lawyer to be able to be a justice court judge. And that's why I wanted to make sure I was clear on that language, and you've clarified that.
That's correct. Yeah, and it was a very good question. I think that's something that needs to be clarified because I want to make sure that that's not what we're doing here, and it's not.
And the only other question I would have is that now, as nonpartisan, they would run in November only.
That's correct.
No matter how many people were running.
That's correct.
And if there was a runoff, would it be the top 2, 3, or 4 weeks later, whatever the law turns out to be?
If that's the current system for their runoffs, that's not changing. So however they currently end up in a runoff, that's correct.
Well, they're currently partisan and they run in primaries, so.
Okay. So I've just been informed, Senator Sparks, that this does change it to where they would go to a runoff in that case. So if you had several and you didn't get a top a vote getter that got 50% plus 1, then you would have a runoff.
Top 2?
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
Absolutely, Senator Sparks. Thank you for your questions.
Okay, no further questions. Senator, motion.
Yes, the motion is for adoption or for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Any further questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? We have Senator Blunt, Senator Sparks, Senator Williams, Senator Horn, Senator McClendon, Senator Norwood, Senator Senator McCann, Senator Hill, Senator Tate, Senator Butler, Senator Chisholm, Senator McCann. McMahon, excuse me. I have a good friend named McCann. Anyone else? Please read off.
We've got President Senator Derek Simmons present.
Senator Simmons present, and Senator Barnett present. Senator Brumfield is present. Anyone else? Senator Frazier is present. Anyone else? Senator Teresa Simmons is present. All right, please read those off if you would, please.
Okay, voting present, Senators of the 12th, Barnett, Brumfield, Frazier, Simmons of the 13th. Voting no or nay, Hill, Blunt, McMahon, Horn, Williams, Sparks, Tate, Chisholm, Butler, McClendon, and Norwood.
With 11 no and 5 present, the bill has passed. Okay, we'll go to the next item, Senator Wiggins, item 98.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 98, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill 1088, Circuit Courts Authorized Jurisdiction for Persons with Criminal Charges who may need civil commitment procedures.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Mr. President, my motion is we adopt the strike all and be allowed to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. In short, what this bill is doing is granting circuit judges the authority to proceed forward on civil commitment issues when it's involving defendants who are not restorable. As the bill came to us from the House, that's what it has done. The strike all simply replaced replaced language in lines 24 to 25 of the original bill. And that's what it does, and be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions on the strike all? Seeing none, Senator. Oh, wait a minute. Senator Hill, you have a question?
I do have a question.
You yield Senator Hill for a question?
I do.
Senator Hill, you recognize.
So would they be going straight from a courtroom or from arrest, or I'm just a little confused?
No. So currently, under current law, when a criminal defendant is deemed not competent, the current law says send it over to Chancery Court and let them do it. As was discussed in the committee, that creates a lot of backlog, that creates confusion, the system is not good, and so what this is doing is simply allowing the circuit judges to have the authority to begin civil commitment proceedings.
With criminal defendants?
Correct. Which, and understand that criminal defendants have to be looked at when it comes up. They get examined, and so this is when they are not restorable. to be able to be prosecuted.
And who determines that, whether or not they're restorable?
The State Department of Mental Health and the doctors who look at them.
Thank you.
Sure.
Senator Bryan, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Do you yield to Senator Bryan?
I do.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
If we ask the circuit judges and chancellors what they think about this proposal?
This bill has come to us from the Department of Mental Health, and my understanding is yes, those discussions have occurred during the committee meeting and during the whole pendency of this. I haven't heard any objection, and also it's to again help the system and move them through the system quicker. And when I say move them through, I mean to help improve our mental health system.
But the notion that the chancellors and circuit judges have had input on this is based upon a representation made by the Department of Mental Health?
I've had discussions with the Department of Mental Health. No judges have spoken to me whether in favor or not in favor. And it made it through the House overwhelmingly.
Okay. Senator Bryan, yes, you're recognized.
Another question?
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
So, Senator Wiggins, in a previous life, you were a prosecutor. In a previous life, long, long ago, I was a public defender. So we have both interacted with indigent defendants, have we not?
We have.
In my capacity as a public defender, frequently I would have clients try to explain to me something about their situation, and they would tell me something that they thought was a mitigating factor. But in fact, it was an aggravating factor, but they just were confused about it. Have you ever had a similar experience?
I guess, yes, I have.
Because in support of this bill, you said it passed the House overwhelmingly. I have no further questions.
Is that a mitigating factor? I would have, in this case, I would say it's a factor.
Okay, seeing no further questions, you move for adoption of the strike all, Senator?
That's correct. Move adoption of the strike all, Mr. President.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If no
Strike all
questions,
is
move
amended.
passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President, this strike all.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator eject. Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no. Senator Hobson, Senator Bryan. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Anyone present? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator, item 99.
Call that bill up. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 783, child custody, require presumption of joint custody and equal parenting time.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator,
My motion will be that we adopt the strike all and be asked to explain the strike all, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. In short, what this bill came to us from the House is that there was a rebuttable presumption for parental custody between father and mother. We had some significant discussions, and the committee in the strike all has adopted the language where rather than what's called a rebuttable presumption, you have where there's joint custody that the court shall make a finding that if the court awards the mother paramount physical custody over the father, that the court shall put that on the record. And what that does is it allows that to be appealed, the Supreme Court to see it. Why this bill is coming to us is there as it's been explained to me, is in different places throughout the state. There is some feeling that even though the law says that, and it can get complicated, but even though the law says mother and father are equal, that fathers are being unfavored, shall I say. And so the House had a rebuttable presumption, and what we're doing is stating that for the lawyers in the room, if you're dealing with the Albright factors and the case law that you have to deal with, that the judge simply, if they find that the mother should have priority, then it needs to go on the record. So if somebody objects to it, it can be appealed, and that's what it does. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Chisholm, you have a question?
Point of order.
I'm sorry.
I have a point of order.
Point of order. State your point of order.
The committee amendment is not germane to the original bill. The original purpose of House Bill 783 deals with child custody standards and provides a rebuttal resumption of joint custody with equal parenting time in all custody matters, and requires the court to document reasons for deviation from joint custody if the court fails to grant joint custody. The Senate's amendment changes the original purpose of the bill, namely, the Senate amendment amends the existing ground for divorce or desertion and adds a new ground for divorce on the basis that the marriage is irretrievably broken, which is section number 2, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to respond.
Point is well taken, and the amendment is not germane.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
You're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you. To, starting at lines, first of all, parliamentary inquiry, do I not get to respond to the point of order?
No.
Okay. So I have an amendment.
You're recognized for the amendment.
Thank you. Starting at line 194 of the strike all, that everything be stricken from there.
Do we have that amendment, sir?
That's my amendment. I need to get it written.
Okay. We'll wait for the amendment.
Mr. President, just for point of clarification, according to council, we're on the new strike all, and so
Yes.
my amendment is to the new strike all.
That's correct. Okay, Senator Wiggins' amendment's ready. You recognize to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. My amendment is simply the House bill with the language of the committee taking out the point that was ruled subject to a point of order. That's what my amendment does. And so, Mr. President, my motion is, and so let me say this, my explanation of the bill is just what I said. My motion is that we adopt the strike all.
Okay, the motion is that we adopt the strike all. Senator Bryan, I see ya.
Mr. President, would the chair yield for a question?
Do you
Yes.
yield for a question? Senator
Yes.
Bryan, yes.
I'm somewhat confused. Do I understand we're going back to the bill exactly as it came from the House?
No. We are on the strike all of the committee,
Okay.
and the amendment that is before you simply took out the language that was ruled subject to a point of order.
Well, the amendment that's before me says strike all after the enacting clause and insert in lieu thereof the following, at least trying as best I can to follow around on these screens. And if you'll look at the screen, you can't read it. And it used to be we got paper copies and you could hold them in your hand and read them and have a clue what we're doing. I have no clue what we're doing. And this silly, quite expensive device that we have up here keeps bouncing around with first one thing and another. And even if the device is working properly, at best you see one half of a page. I may be the only one left that wants to, but I want to know what I'm voting on. And I can't tell it from what's bouncing around on that screen. And Mr. Chairman and Mr. President, neither can anyone else.
Would you take, Senator Bryan, a copy of it?
But again,
It's on the screen.
what is the difference between this and where we were when we just struck that?
Nothing is different other than we've taken out the language that was subject to the
Okay.
point of order.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, would you object to a reverse repealer in this bill?
I would not object to a reverse
Well,
repealer.
Mr. Chairman, if I could get a reverse repealer in the bill, I promise I would shut up and sit down.
We just want you to be happy, Senator Bryan, so if that will... If that will make you happy, I am certainly happy to do that.
To amend your amendment.
It's his.
Senator Bryan, should I say your point is well taken? Okay, Senator Bryan, you're recognized for your amendment. That's on the screen.
I would offer the amendment, which is a reverse repealer. The chair says he is okay with it in what I understand to be the first step in his effort to make me happy.
Senator Wiggins, you'll speak on the amendment?
So let it be written, Senator Bryan is happy. It's a good amendment.
So Senator Bryan moves for, you want to speak again? No, he moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Now, Senator Wiggins.
Unless I move that we adopt the strike all on the morning, we pass the strike all on the morning roll call if there's no other questions.
Suggest have we adopted the strike all, Senator?
I thought we did, but
I'm not
my
sure.
motion is we adopt the strike all as amended, Mr. President.
Thank you. Everyone understand the amendment, and the motion is to adopt the strike all as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Now, Senator
Now I
Booth.
move passage on the morning roll call.
You have a question, I think. Senator Hobson, do you have a question?
I do, Mr. President, but
you yield, Senator
I just
Hobson.
lost my screen. I'm sorry, I had it up and I must have hit something.
Is that the screen that Senator Bryan was looking at?
If you read, no, I was screen on my computer, and I would recommend to my good friend Senator Bryan, maybe he could try his computer and he might be able to see the pages. But nevertheless, if you look at the language as it relates to the finding on the joint custody, I think it says, thank you, Senator Bryan, I think it says whether the court makes the finding, if the court awards the mother paramount physical custody over the father, they have to find this. And so I think as I read this, shouldn't it be either way? If we're going to a joint rebuttable presumption of joint custody, should it be that they only have to do it if the mother gets it over the father? And shouldn't it also be if the father gets it over the mother?
Well, okay, so remember, the bill as it came to us from the House had a rebuttable presumption that had to be addressed if a party felt like the father was being, I guess I would use the word prejudiced. Okay, so the committee amendment that's before you is what we did, and it simply states that if there is a ruling that the mother shall prevail, then the judge is to put it on the record so they can appeal. So and the reason that has been explained to me by the House is because of this feeling that fathers are being prejudiced, that's my word, even though the law says that it should be equal, that in the eyes of the law, mothers and fathers are equal. And so thus it's written that way. I do understand what you're, go ahead.
Yeah, the bill is very presumptive, and I think that language is wrong. I think that needs to be corrected. Reverse repeater's in it now,
right,
Senator, Mr. Chairman. But I think any way you read that, regardless of whether the history has been that the mother has typically gotten custody over the father in most cases with young children, I don't think that's worded properly. And so I'm just going to recommend to you, I want to ask a question. I just recommend that language ought to be changed if it goes to conference and it comes back. Otherwise, I think it's going to be wrong.
Well, yes, and the reverse repealer's in there. I think we definitely need to look at that. I will commit to you to doing that. I think that it's I should have noted this earlier, which was okay.
That's all right. I got you. Thanks.
Okay, the senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Bryan, no. Anyone else? Senator Hill as present. Senator Hobson is present. Senator Simmons, Derek Simmons as present. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. We'll go to item 100, Senator Wiggins.
Call that up and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Bill 1284.
Yes.
Yes.
Mississippi Foreign Land Ownership Act, create to prohibit acquisition of forestry and agricultural lands.
Mr. President, my motion is that we recommit the bill. The House has already passed the companion bill and it's gone to the governor. So my motion would be that we recommit the bill.
Yeah, do we need to make a usual motion on this first and then all in favor? That's okay. All right, then, and that, your motion again is?
Motion to recommit the bill as the House has already passed the companion bill and it's gone to the governor.
I'm with you, Senator. Okay. Motion is recommit the bill. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Bill's recommitted. Thank you, Senator. Senator Thompson. Senator Thompson, item 101, House Bill number 652.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we go to item number 101, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 652, State Port Authority and other ports delete repeal on authority to use the design build method of contracting.
Senator Thompson.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment I'd like to call up and be recognized to explain the amendment.
You're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the design build bill that authorizes port authorities to use the design-build method of construction for various repairs and modifications to their facilities. The House bill, as it came across, deleted language that would have allowed any port authority to use that design-build method and restricted it to the Port of Gulfport only. We've gone back to the Senate language that would authorize the design-build method by any port authority or commission in the state. That's a brief explanation of the bill, and if there are any questions, I'd move for adoption of the amendment.
Yeah. Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no questions on the bill, I move for passage by the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, the senator suggests use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator Thompson. We'll go to Senator Sparks, item 102, House Bill number 1303. Pass and retain. Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd, item 103, House Bill number 418.
Mr. Chairman, I call up Senate Bill 418 and ask for it to be read and for Senator Barks to explain the bill. House Bill 418.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 418, continuing education training for police officers, extended to require for public colleges and universities, NRV, PRV, WSD officers.
The senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is very similar to Senate Bill 2613, which addresses training for our public college, university, police officers and chiefs, and that it would be reimbursed. The only difference, I believe, between our version and their version is that they use the word 2-year and 4-year colleges. I would submit to you that that's dangerous language, because I know a lot of people that took longer than 2 years and 4 years to get their degree, but nonetheless, I think we know which colleges they're talking about. But this is for training for officers on university campuses, as well as the Pearl River Water Supply District, and it is very similar to the language we passed to the Senate version. That is an explanation of the bill. I would be glad to yield to any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator?
Move for passage on the morning roll call. I'm sorry,
Yeah, you had, we need to adopt the amendment, I believe. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
It says as amended, we need to.
I apologize. There is an amendment. That amendment is that it's passage upon, or excuse me, it's effective on passage. I'm assuming is what.
Okay, move for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now the senator has suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Boyd, item 104.
Mr. President, I call up House Bill 939.
Please read the title.
Mississippi University Research Authority revise and clarify composition of.
Senator Boyd.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Boyd.
All right, this bill was brought before us by IHL. It's a bill to add the University Medical Center to the Research Authority. Each university has a representative up to the Research Authority, but they did not have somebody directly from the medical center that they thought would be helpful for them. That's an explanation of the bill, and I'll be happy to take any questions about it.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator.
If there's no further questions, I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
The senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Boyd. Bill's passed.
Mr. President, I'd like to call up Senate Bill 1568 and ask that the title be read.
Item 105, House Bill 1568. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1568, Jackson State University authorized to expand physical boundaries to promote safety on campus.
Senator Boyd.
I'd like to ask that Senator Blackman be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Chair. What this bill does is it allows the Department of Finance, in conjunction with IHL, to extend the boundaries of Jackson State University to the intersection of Dalton Street with Dr. Robert Smith Parkway and the southernmost boundary of Morehouse Street. And speaking with Representative Bell, this bill was brought by Jackson State because there's an individual that was walking near campus with open carry, and it was not within the jurisdiction of Jackson State's law enforcement, so they couldn't do anything about it, and this would allow them to be able to police that area. And I'm happy to entertain any questions.
See no questions, Senator. Motion.
Final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no or present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. We'll go to item 106, Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 106. That's title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 845, charitable organizations require IRS forms filed annually with Secretary of State to be for the most recent fiscal year end.
Senator Pope.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 845 is the bill that we passed, which is our Senate Bill 2272. It requires that charitable organizations use their most recent year-end financial report in reporting to the Secretary of State as required by law. There's been some confusion as to which financial report they should use. This clears that language up to make sure that it's the most recent financial statement prior to the Secretary of State filing to be used. If there are no questions, use the morning roll call, final passage.
The senator have a question. No question, Senator. The motion is, Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 107 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1021, pawnbrokers authorize Commissioner of Banking to establish by rule a process allowing certain purchased and/or pledged goods to be stored off premises.
Senator Polk. Usual motion.
Make the usual motion.
The senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I'd like you to recognize Senator McMahon to explain the bill.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the same bill that we've already passed in the state Senate. We're just taking up the House version for final passage. And what the bill does, it allows pawn shops to store products off-site in a secure location, and it allows the banking commissioner the opportunity to help them with that. And that's what the bill does.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator. Motion.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Polk, that bill is passed.
Mr. President, I'd like to have 108 through 111 passed over and retain their place on the calendar and move to item 112.
Pass and retained items 108 through 111. Go to item 112, House Bill number 1577. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1577, bidding terms for public depositories for counties and municipalities made compatible.
Senator Polk.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to consider the strike all amendment in lieu of the original bill and be asked and be able to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, sir. This is the companion bill to our Senate Bill 2544. It allows for the counties and municipalities to contract for a 4-year term for institutions to hold local government funds as the depository. The House bill has had a section which changed the public notification for receiving bids for this purpose. Our strike all goes back to the original bill that we passed that did not have the publication language and includes the amendment that Senator Turner Ford used, which does not allow for a 4-year agreement the last year of a board's term. It would become effective upon passage. If there are no questions, I'd like to move adoption of the strike all.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it.
Move for final passage, use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Polk.
Item number 113, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1675, unclaimed property, prescribed process to be used by certain cooperatives with regard to the disposition of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to recognize Senator Branning to explain the bill.
Senator Branning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1675 is just an act to amend our existing Unclaimed Property Act to include farm credit cooperatives in the exemption list of the Act. This means that any unclaimed funds by their members, particularly from dividend checks, will be exempt. Other agencies that are included in this are the nonprofit electric power associations and the water and sewer associations. The current law provides that they will use the funds for the benefit of their general membership. There's only 3 farm credit agencies in our state that this will affect, and we think that The dollar value may be somewhere around $12,000 a year, so we're talking about just very, very little money. I did have a conversation today with Treasurer McRae, and he is supportive of the bill. He has no problem with this current language. So if there are no questions, I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 114, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 346, Seizure Safe Schools Act, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. Ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up the strike all, and I'd be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 346, the strike all is a bill similar to the one that Senator Boyd passed and has passed for several years. This bill needs some work on it. It has the House language in it, but we put a reverse repeal on it in committee to hopefully send it to conference where Senator Boyd and I and others can work together to get the language closer to her bill. This is the Safe Seizure School Safety Act. It's one we've discussed many times before. But if there are any, that's the explanation. I'll yield for any questions if there are any, Mr. President.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
Move for adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 115.
Wait a minute.
Move for
final
adoption
passage.
by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Does any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Now, Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass item 115, retain its place on the calendar. Call up 116 and have the title read.
Pass and retain item 115. Go to item 116, House Bill number 1341. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1341, Students of Active Duty Service Members and Civilian Personnel, revised residency requirements to allow transfers to another district of choice.
Senator Barr.
I make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a mirror bill to the one we passed earlier in the session that Senator Delano introduced. We've just decided to go ahead and take the House bill. And what this bill does is it allows children of military active duty personnel to attend any school or any school district that of their choosing, regardless of the residence of the child, subject to the parents providing for the costs and of transportation and so forth. So that is an explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I'll yield for any questions.
We have a question. Senator Derek Simmons, do you have a question?
Question, Mr. President.
Yes.
You yield?
I do.
Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman DeBar. I think you clearly said it in your explanation, but this is only limited to those children of our military Mississippians, right?
Yes. Look at line 65. Those children whose parents or legal guardians are civilian military personnel and reside on a military base.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senators. All right, you made a motion. The motion, Senator suggests use the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Okay. Go to item 117.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 117, House Bill 765, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 765, Mississippi Critical Teacher Shortage Act, extend repeal thereon.
Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a strike all. Call up the strike all, and I'll be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain. Senator Board, before you explain, Senator Board, did you have, for what purpose?
Appropriate time.
We'll speak on the bill at the appropriate time?
Amendment at the appropriate time.
Amendment at the appropriate time, okay. All right, Senator DeVar.
I think Senator Hobson has the amendment as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Hobson, I just saw your
Thank you,
light.
Mr. An amendment at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, now back to Senator DeBar.
All right, well, back on the strike all, thank you, Mr. President. The strike all is the same as we passed earlier this year. It was a Senate bill. It extends the repealer for the Critical Teacher Shortage Act to June 30th of 2027, as well as beginning on line 284, Section 9. It inserts the William Winter Jack Reed Teacher Loan Repayment Program, plus the increases in the loan repayment amounts. Like I said, it's exactly the same as the Senate bill. It has a reverse repealer in Section 10. That's an explanation of the strike all, Mr. President. I'll yield for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Senator Boyd, you want to amend the strike all? Okay, Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, this amendment, what it does is it simply opens the code sections as we're dealing with teacher shortages. We have the winter read program and all of that. What this does is it opens up the code sections for our resident tuition assistance grant programs, should we need these code sections open as we're going forward, in that we're looking at teacher shortage areas and we're looking at the loan programs with the winter read program. So this would give us more opportunities to make sure that we can address everything that needs to be addressed. That's a simple explanation.
Okay, any questions on the amendment? Senator Hill, do you have a question? Do you yield, Senator Hill?
Yes.
Thank you. So we're bringing the MTAG, Mississippi Resident Tuition Assistant Grant Program into this bill so that it can be amended potentially similar to what was brought through the body at some point earlier.
Senator Hill, I think kind of the purpose of this too is really to look at what made it through, particularly in one House committee, and it kind of died on the calendar over there. It's particularly to look also at some critical need areas, particularly in regards to this one being teachers. And so that's kind of the intent of the bill, is to look at those critical need areas and to see, to make sure that we've got kind of all tools in the toolbox as we go to conference with this.
Well, I hate to see MTAG change, because that's one of the only things that we have that help middle class people in this state, and I really hate to see MTAG, the one thing that we have, change too much. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Hill, I don't think there is any intent on anybody to make changes that would hurt programs that help our middle class in Mississippi. I think that is not my intention.
Thank you.
So, okay, no other questions. Senator Barr, do you want to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. We consider a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment. So Senator Boyd moves for adoption of the amendment.
Yes.
Right. You're welcome. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now we have Senator Hobson for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those that were in Appropriations Committee, you've heard this already. Senator DeBar explained a few things that we did in our education budget, and one of those was to include a teacher pay raise of $1,000 across the board for all teachers in K-12. I spoke with Senator DeBar about this recently, and also the desire to do a teacher pay raise in our community colleges and IHL as well. But this is the first step. Those other two bills are down at the House, but the bill that he had before you in the Appropriations Committee included the teacher pay raise listed here. It ends up being just shy of $50 million for this pay raise, and this is to put it, these are the code sections that are brought forward that identifies the categories A to 4A that our teachers have, and adds $1,000 to each of those. I will yield for questions.
Are there any questions? No questions.
If no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator Barr, do you wish to speak on the amendment? No. Senator Hobson moves for adoption of the amendment. No questions. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Back on the strike all, I'll yield for any questions if there are any. If none, I move for adoption. The strike all is amended by use of the morning roll call.
There's no question. Senator moves for adoption of the strike all is amended. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is amended. Senator. Final passage, Senator. Use the morning roll call.
Delano was trying to get some attention.
We have a question. Senator, before we adopt final passage, Senator Delano, do you have a question?
Yeah, one quick question to the chair.
You yield, Senator Delano.
Yes.
We just passed a $1,000 teacher pay raise.
Yes.
Can I be added as a co-author to that, Mr. President?
With no objection.
Thank you.
Well, you can do that at the end. On an amendment. I'm sorry, it's on an amendment. You can on an amendment. It's not final passage. You can on final passage, sir.
I think, Mr. President, can be added as a co-author to the amendment.
Oh, it's a House bill. It's a House bill.
What about to the amendment? To the amendment?
No. To the Senate amendment, yes.
I'm kind of pseudo a House member still.
I think so.
Mr. Chairman?
I don't claim that anymore.
I would like to be added as an author of that, or co-author of that Senate amendment.
Senate amendment, yes, sir. But not to the House bill. Okay. Now, Senator has moved or suggests use the morning roll call final passage.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You did, right?
Yes, I did.
You did. I thought you did. Does any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator.
I think there are more people on the co-authors to the amendment. Amanda's working on it.
Well, I didn't know that.
Here you got it.
Senator Barnett was one of them. Several.
On the amendment, everybody wants to be a co-author on the amendment. Have order. Anyone that doesn't want to be a co-author to that amendment, please see Amanda and let her know. Otherwise, no objection. All others will be be added as co-author to the amendment. Now, we're going to item 118.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1194, expulsions. Authorize aggregate reporting by State Department of Education of data relating to.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1194 is a mirror bill to the same bill we passed, Senate Bill 2245. And what it does is allows the department to protect confidential information, but it also allows them to make aggregate reporting, which does not disclose any personal identifiable information regarding a child who is in their school. So that is basically an explanation. Like I said, it's similar to what we passed earlier. We're just taking up the House bill. I'll yield for any questions.
No questions, Senator. Motion.
Move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Senator DeVar.
Call up item 119, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1669, assistant teachers, revised qualifications for employment.
Senator DeVar.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a mirror bill to Senate Bill 2407, which passed unanimously regarding teacher assistants and increasing their allowing further credentials. That way a person could be a teacher assistant. So we're adding someone who has a high school diploma or a GED, a child development associate credential, a Montessori certification, or an equivalent certification. This just allows more people to become TAs to get in our classrooms. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I yield for questions.
Are there any questions?
If there are none, move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of the morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 120 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1696, Failing Schools, revised processes relating to being placed in a district of transformation and abolishing the Mississippi Achievement School District.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
I ask that we call it to strike all, and I be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the House version of Senate Bill 2693, authored by Senator Hobson, was passed unanimously regarding our failing school districts and doing away with the districts of transformation and other measures to help our failing schools. However, we just struck the House language, inserted 2693, and hope and send it to conference and come out with a finished product. That's an explanation of the strike all. Yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions. Senator, you move for adoption of the strike.
Move for adoption of the strike all.
Move for adoption of strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Senator DeBar.
Move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Michelle. Items 121 and 122, Senator. Pass and retain items 121, 122. Retain their place on the calendar. Senator Turner Ford. There you are. You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that item 123 be called up and the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1685, Uniform Controlled Substances Act, revised schedules.
Make the usual motion.
Senator Turner Ford makes the usual motion.
I now request.
Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 123, House Bill 1685, is the companion bill to Senate Bill 2279, which is based on updates to our schedules, drug schedules, as recommended by the State Department of Health. It is the same bill that we've previously passed by this chamber, and if there are no further questions, I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator. Senator Fillingham, item 124.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 124, have it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 125.
Pass and retain item 124, retain its place on the calendar, go to item 125. Please read the title.
House Bill number 691, Mississippi Board on Law Enforcement Officer Standards and Training, revised composition of and provide with investigative authority.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Sparks to handle the strike all.
Senator Sparks, you recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 691 deals with the Mississippi Board on Law Enforcement Officer Standards and Training. We are revising the composition of that board. I will have an amendment at the proper time for a reverse repealer, but before I get to that, may I be recognized to explain the strike all?
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. The membership on the board, you can see, would adjust to 2 sheriffs in this state. Currently was 1 sheriff, also a district attorney within this state. The current director of the Officers Training Academy is not going to serve successive terms on the board. So these are the people that it relates to training standards that we have, and these are often appointees. You also have the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General as a designee as we see on line, I don't want to read from the strike through, I apologize, I usually do. One member who is a district attorney, the Attorney General, the Director of the Mississippi Highway Safety Patrol, or his designee, President of the Association of Chiefs of Police, or designee, and the Commissioner of the Mississippi Department of Public Safety, or his designee. This would be the board, and the board obviously would address many issues that this board already addresses, but it relates to training. Another key part of this bill is in Section 2. And in Section 2, for the first time, this board is authorized to conduct investigations. You can see that language in Section 2D, and that the board may establish a hearing panel for the purpose of providing a hearing to any law enforcement officer for whom the board believes there's a basis for a reprimand, suspension, cancellation of, or recalling of the certification of a law enforcement officer. The hearing panel shall provide its written findings and recommendations to the board. As I understand it in the past, and in Section 3, there's training issues that are in there. Section 3 covers one of the sections that we just passed as far as university and college officers, so that's why the reverse repealer will be inserted to make sure that we conform this bill to what we just did as it relates to that issue. But as far as the hearing panel goes, in the past, as I understand it, if a law enforcement officer was dismissed or left employment of an agency, that certification is held by that agency, and they would notify this board that that person was not in good standing or there was some issue. The question has arisen that if the law enforcement agency does not report that, could anyone else report those kind of issues? And if so, who would they report it to? So that's the purpose of D, and that you could revoke a certification for cause as it relates to conducting these investigations. So it is a way to have an opportunity to make certain that people that are bad actors are investigated and evaluated, at least if they're accused to be that, and that there would be a hearing process so that the good folks with certificates wouldn't be lumped in with the folks that maybe don't act as well that have certificates. That is an explanation of the strike all, and I would yield for questions before I move to the amendment if that's appropriate, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Are there any questions? Senator Hickman, did you have a question? Senator Hickman
I think Senator Hickman may have an amendment at the proper time.
All right. Seeing no questions, now would be a proper time for an amendment.
Yes. I will, do you want to recognize Senator Hickman at this time?
Yes,
okay.
I did.
Thank you.
What now?
I have a reverse repealer amendment that's before us. I didn't.
Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay. If there are no questions on the reverse repealer, I would move for adoption of the reverse repealer.
Any question on the reverse repealer amendment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Sparks. And Mr. President, what this amendment does is, since we've changed the compilation of the board, there are two sheriffs on the board. I've spoken with Senator Sparks, with Senator Fillingane, and also with the commissioner. And what this amendment would do would have one of those sheriffs be appointed from a county that's less than 20,000 people. That way, you have representation from your smaller counties. Now, we took the number of 20,000 because I think the average size of a county in the state is around 25,000 people, and so that's why we use the 20,000 number. And this would do the same thing we did for police chiefs in this bill. That's the amendment. At this time, I'll answer any questions, but if there are no questions, I move for adoption of the amendment.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Now, Senator Sparks.
If there are no further questions, I would move for adoption of the strike all as amended.
Motion is that we move that we adopt the strike all as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Now for final passage, Senator.
If there are no further questions, I would move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, suggest use morning roll call, final passage. Anyone object this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Now we go to item 126. Item 126, Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get item 126 called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1323, statute of limitations increased for sexual battery of a vulnerable person.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Sparks handled this bill as well. Thanks.
Senator Sparks, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1323 deals with the statute of limitations as it relates to sexual battery of a vulnerable person. I have a substitute strike all, and I would like to be recognized to explain the substitute strike all, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. The substitute strike all simply takes, there were two code sections in this bill, and as the short title talks about, it's sexual battery of a vulnerable person. That is section 434718. We are moving that section into a statute of limitations that is not barred by time. So at any point, if someone has abused a vulnerable person in a form of sexual battery as defined in 434718, that would in fact be able to be prosecuted. The second part was section 434719, which is not the same type of crime. That is remaining, and based on this substitute strike all, will be moved back into the 5-year statute of limitation from which it is an existing law. That is an explanation of the substitute strike all, and I would yield to any questions.
Senator Hobson, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you. Do you yield, Senator Hobson?
I yield.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you. Senator, your strike all, I heard you say something about the statute of limitations. What was that?
The statute of limitations for the prosecution of a crime. In other words, most crimes have some period of time that you must prosecute, say within 5 years, 6 years, 2 years, but there are some crimes that no passage of time shall bar the prosecution. That includes murder, manslaughter, kidnapping. We're adding the sexual abuse of a vulnerable person to the crime portion that would not have a tolling of the statute of limitations. In other words, you could prosecute that if you found that at a later date. The felonious abuse of a vulnerable person is described in 434718, which is the sexual battery or fondling of a vulnerable person by healthcare employees or persons in position of trust or authority.
Okay, the vulnerable persons statute, again, who's included in that?
That would be included in the no expiration statute.
But
yes.
I mean, which persons qualify? No elderly
persons under the trust.
Person yeah, who else is included?
Is defined as someone who does not have mental capacity, whether child, aged, that they would be. There is a definition in law already for vulnerable person.
Okay. Would that include? I'm just trying to make sure if a person who was vulnerable, if they became an adult at some point, would that change, or does that keep it the same based on when the crime occurred?
This is not as much as a crime against children as it is a crime against a vulnerable person who actually has a mental, capacity issue.
This is mental capacity issues only?
That is my understanding. I will double check on that for you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, see no further questions. The motion is to adopt the strike all.
The substitute strike all, yes.
Substitute strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Sparks.
I would move, no further questions, passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of final passage based on the morning roll call. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of one roll call. Voting aye, the bill is passed. We go to Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that we go to item 127 and that the bill be called up in title read.
Please read title.
House Bill number 1090, paraphernalia, revised definition under the Uniform Controlled Substances Law.
Senator Ford.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has a strike all, and I request permission to explain the strike all.
Please explain the strike all.
This measure was actually requested by the State Department of Health. I think it was last year. We amended the definition of paraphernalia to include fentanyl test strips. That portion of the bill is located on page 24 at line 237. And what has actually been requested by the State Department of Health is that we add any materials used or intended for use in testing of the presence of other emerging or existing drug threats of concern to public health. And what was added to that in committee was that as identified by the State Department of Health and approved by the State Board of Health. If there are no questions, well, I will now yield for questions.
Seeing no questions, Senator, you move for adoption of the strike all.
I do move for adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And now move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
The Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present, no. Present, Senator Hill. Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator. Senator England. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Senator Harkins next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 4 on today's calendar, House Bill 1230.
Senator moves to suspend the rules, go back to item 4, House Bill number 1230. All in favor? Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Harkins, item 4.
I'd like to go to item 4, House Bill 1230, have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill number 1230, Starkville-Oktibbeha Consolidated School District extend bonding authority until July 1st, 2027.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to recognize Senator Williams to explain the bill.
Senator Williams, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple bill. This is just a repealer that extends the bonding capacity for the Starkville-Oktibbeha County School District by 3 years. It goes from 2024 to 2027. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President. No questions, I'd move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator. Now we'll go back to Senator England, item 128. Senator England, pass and retain that item. 129, Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 129, called up and have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill number 1208, hunting and fishing on lands of others, revised provisions relating to and provide penalties for.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley.
I'd like to recognize Senator Suber to explain the strike all.
Senator, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This strike all is the language from the bill we passed earlier in the session. This is the trespassing bill. Someone goes on the lands of others to hunt, fish, or shoot. You can't get a violation. I said the same language we passed before, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions. Senator, you move for adoption.
Yes, Mr. President, I move to adopt and strike all.
Senator moves for adoption, strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Suber.
I suggest use the morning roll call for final passage.
Senator suggests use morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of one roll call as voting aye. We'll go Senator Blunt. Item 130, House Bill 774.
Thank you, Mr. President. I give that item have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill number 774, Mississippi Mobile Sports Wagering Act, create to legalize online racebook and online sports pool betting.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move adoption of the strike all amendment in lieu of the original bill and ask to be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the House has passed a bill dealing with mobile sports betting. The committee on the Senate side has a strike all amendment which simply brings forward those code sections. The amendment that came out of committee makes no changes to the current law. It does not express the Senate position one way or the other, but it does express our position to continue to discuss this and hear from people across the state about this issue. It simply keeps the issue alive and sends it to conference for further discussion. I'll be happy to answer any questions on the strike all amendment.
Are there any questions on the strike all amendment? No questions, Senator.
Move adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blunt.
My motion is on final passage and that we adopt House Bill 774 by use of the morning roll call.
Senators can just use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Chisholm, Senator Bryan, Senator Frazier, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, Senator Berry, Senator Seymour, Senator Norwood, Senator Parker, Senator Branning, Senator Fillingane, Senator Rhodes, Senator Hill, Senator McMahon. Anyone else? Senator Blackwell. Okay, present for Senator Carter. Any others? Please read back those voting no at present. Make sure we didn't forget someone.
Voting no or nay. Chisholm, Bryan, Frazier, Suber, Tate, Berry, Seymour, Norwood, Parker, Branning, Fillingane, Rhodes, Hill, McMahon, and Blackwell. Present. Carter.
With 15 no, 1 present, the bill has passed. Now we'll go to the next item, Senator England, 131.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 131 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1135, Election Day Disputes require a list of judges selected to hear to be provided to certain officials.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Election Day Dispute Judges Bill, similar to one we had here in the Senate previously that passed. We've worked on that. If you'll recall, previously we had a 7-day time frame where the judges could be presented to the Secretary of State. After talking with the Secretary of State's office, as well as the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, we have changed that to say now that at the time the appointment is made, that special judge selected to hear any election dispute is to be provided to the Secretary of State's office unless the Secretary of State is involved in the election day dispute. We also brought in the language from section 2315-951, that's on lines 21 through 33. That describes the process of the election day dispute to make sure we've got that there and clear. We also have added to make sure that election day disputes can only be filed in the circuit court with proper jurisdiction, and that it's to be heard by one of the judges selected by the Supreme Court, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who has sole jurisdiction to hear the disputes on the day of. That's an explanation of the strike all. I think it was a pretty good explanation, so I doubt there are any questions, but I'm happy to take any.
Are there any questions on the strike all? Seeing no motion, Senator. Motion to adopt.
Motion is to adopt the strike all.
Motion to adopt strike all. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip items 132 and 133 on the calendar and have them retain their place on the calendar.
We'll pass and retain items 132, 133. They'll retain their place on the calendar. Senator Williams, item 134.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask regard to item 134 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill Number 297, Mississippi Department of Information Technology Services, bring forward code sections relating to.
Senator Williams.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Williams.
I ask to be allowed to explain the bill, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain.
This is just simply bringing the ITS code sections forward. At the conclusion, I'm going to ask that we put a reverse repealer in it to keep this alive. There's already been one, maybe two issues that we're talking about that require these code sections to be open. Just want to kind of keep them open, get to conference, and if we need to do something there, do it. With that, I would yield to questions, Mr. President.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
If there are no questions, I'd like to offer the amendment.
You're recognized for an amendment.
It's our friend, the reverse repealer. If there are no questions on the amendment, I would move that we would adopt the amendment, Mr. President.
Okay, are there any questions on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Williams.
If there are no further questions on the bill, I'd move that we pass the bill as amended by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye.
Thank you. Please take it easy on me next time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Carter. Pass and retain 135. Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd, 136. Senator, we'll pass and retain that. There's Senator. You want to pass, Senator? Then we'll go to 137. We'll pass and retain 136. Go to Senator Polk on 137. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 137. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill Number 1271, Real Estate Revised Liability for Certain Provisions.
Make use of your motion.
Senator makes use of the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk.
Mr. President, I'd like to consider the strike all instead of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
In fact, if anyone has seen Senator Sparks in the chamber, and we might could find him, I'd like for him to be recognized.
Oh, he's behind you, Senator. Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1271 does two basic things, deals with the Mississippi Real Estate Commission. One is a technical fix that was requested between discussions with the Mississippi Real Estate Commission as well as the Mississippi Association of Realtors. It was a technical fix for the property disclosure form. The second issue in this bill, in the strike all that has come to light is that there has been a federal case, a decision that addresses commissions, and you would see that at the very bottom of Section 1. And in this case, the Real Estate Commission shall not promulgate, enforce rule or regulation, admin or interpretation where a licensee may be required to include any agreement otherwise to be required to agree to require regarding unilateral termination in a buyer agency agreement. Long story short, over the years there's been a
a 6% commission was kind of the standard commission in residential real estate, and that usually was divided between the buyer agent and the seller agent. And now, due to the law change and on the federal level, and I think a settlement with the National Association of Realtors, that they're going to have to enter into their own unique agreements between the buyer and the buyer agent, and there's a unilateral cancellation agreement. So our MAR board is bound by the National Association of Realtors agreement, which would look at this 15-day rule that someone could cancel, and it is how they're going to need to operate to function in accordance with this new law, and that's why this bill is before us. So those are the two things that this bill does. I would be glad to yield to any questions as it relates to the proposed strike-all.
Are there any questions on the strike-all? Senator, see no questions.
I would move for adoption of the strike-all.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike-all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it.
And if there are no questions, I would move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call final passage. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Present, Senator Blackwell, Senator Harkins. Anyone else? Senator Branning is present.
Chisholm is a no.
Chisholm, a no. Michelle, present. Hill, present. Anyone else? Senator Parker is present. Senator Rhodes is present. Senator Barrett is present. Anyone else? Seeing no others, please record all others by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Now we'll go to Senator DeVar, item 138.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
2, virtual public schools, authorized operation by certain educational providers or locally sponsored virtual public schools.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up the strike-all and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain the strike-all.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. The strike-all deals with virtual public schools. The original House bill created a new virtual public school district, created room for vendors and so forth. So what the strike-all did is it created a task force for the existing, well, actually, if you look on line 86, it directs the Department of Education to provide a report on the current existing virtual public school and make recommendations for the future role of virtual education in public schools to the House and Senate Education Chairman by October 1st of this year. The report shall include, but not limited to, an update on the history, cost, usage, and student achievement related to the current virtual public school and other virtual public school virtual education programs which may exist. The report shall also include recommendations related to using virtual education tools, including tools provided by or used by other public school districts in Mississippi and/or third-party vendors to address student achievement and access to courses and teacher shortages in public schools. That is an explanation of the strike-all. I'll yield for any questions, and I do have an amendment at the proper time.
Are there any questions on the strike-all? You all have an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You recognize for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment is we are inserting the language of the bill we passed earlier this session on the modified school grant program. For the second year in a row, we passed that grant program to the House, and the House has killed it. If you recall, that's the grant program which incentivizes districts by awarding them up to $250,000 to transfer over to the year-round or modified calendar program. And so we are inserting that language into this strike-all, and that's an explanation of the amendment. I'll yield for any questions.
Are there any questions on the amendment?
If there are none, move for adoption of the amendment.
Seeing no question, move to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Back on the strike all, I'll yield for any questions. If there are any, if there are none, move for adoption of the strike all.
Any questions on the strike all? Seeing none, I'm sorry. All in favor of the strike all say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, strike all is adopted. Now for final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
We have a question, Senator. Senator Hill, do you have a question?
I do, and I apologize. My committee assistant was trying to help me with something, and I missed what you said the meat of this bill was.
The strike all initially dealt with public schools, virtual public schools.
Mm-hmm.
It's directing the Department of Education to study the current virtual public school district.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then provide recommendations how to make it better.
Mm-hmm.
The amendment that we passed to the strike all inserted the modified calendar grant program into the strike all that died on the House again. That's the program that awards districts up to $250,000 to convert to that modified calendar program.
Okay, do we have any additional research now on modified school calendars? Because the research we had when it first started was that it didn't really make a difference one way or another. Do we have any different research?
I have not seen any.
Which I don't really care one way or the other, but I just wonder if there was any.
I think it really depends on the district. I mean, once they have convinced or persuaded their district to go to it, most of them, if not all of them, had said they like it better because during the intersessions they can do the remediation and
Right. Do you know like how many have adopted it across the state, or which ones that have adopted it?
We've got Corinth, Lamar, I think Gulfport. I think we're up to like 14, 15 districts.
Okay, thank you.
So if to answer your question, I've not seen any research. I'd like to get some. I'm hoping to get something in the off session. So.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the senator suggests use more roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator which be recorded voting no or present? No. Present? No. Senator Blackman, no. Anyone else wish to be recorded voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of one roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Now we'll go to item 139. Senator DeBar on 139. Pass. We'll pass and retain that item. We'll go to 140. 140, Senator Whaley, pass and retain. 141, Senator Bryan.
I ask that the title be read.
Senator calls up item 141, House Bill 313, and asks the title be read.
House Bill number 313, Board of Cosmetology and Barbering, create and regulate cosmetology and barber professions.
Senator Bryant.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Bryant.
I ask the chair to recognize Senator Blackwell.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This is the same bill that we passed out of this House earlier this session. We ended up taking up the House bill. This is something they've been working on for the last 3 years, getting the Cosmetology Board and the Barber Board to merge together. They came to us this summer, spent many hours with them, went through and came up with a compromise. We've passed it, sent it over the House. Our bill died. They sent us over their companion bill, and so we're taking it up. Mr. President, I know there's 3 amendments. I have one of them at the proper time.
Okay, well, I think maybe we have questions first. Senator Boyd, no. Let's see, Senator Hickman.
Amendment at the appropriate time.
Amendment also at proper time. Anyone have any questions? And Senator Boyd, I believe you were first. You would like to bring your... Senator Blackwell, you have an amendment first, yes. And then Senator Boyd.
The first amendment's on the screen, and this is typical from what I understand when we merge boards. But all this does is says that the licenses and registrations issued by the Board of Cosmetology and Board of Medical Barber Examiners prior to the effective date of this shall remain in full force and confer with the same authority as when they were issued. Likewise, all property and assets owned by the State Board of Cosmetology and Barbers shall be vested and transferred to the State Board of Cosmetology and Barbering. And lastly, any litigation, disciplinary action, or other proceedings pending of the date of the effective date will remain in effect. That's an explanation of the amendment. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions on the amendment? No questions,
Move
Senator.
for adoption of the amendment.
You have a question, Senator England?
Yes, question.
You yield Senator England for a question.
I'll yield.
Senator Blackwell, you may not know the answer to this question, but it would be helpful to me on this bill. I know Senator Delano had a bill earlier this year. Is this the same language from Senator Delano's bill that we had in here as a Senate bill?
I think it's probably, yeah. I think it's very, almost identical, wasn't it? Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much.
Okay, no other questions. Senator moves for adoption of the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Senator Boyd.
The first bill up here is just a technical amendment, just to adhere to the existing language. The second amendment up here is to add 5 elected delegates from the Mississippi Aesthetics Association. I had a number of estheticians reach out. I have particularly one that is very, very active in my home area. There's about 1,000 estheticians in the state of Mississippi. Presently, this board, so this would add them to the council, not the board, it would add them to the council. Under this legislation, there's a council that advises the board, and this would add individuals to that council to advise the board. So that's what this does. What the board will actually do, they will actually license and test these estheticians. So I do think it's very important that they have representation on that council that does advise the board. So that is an explanation of the amendment, and I'm happy to answer questions.
I see no questions. Senator Blackwell, do you wish to speak on the amendment? Oh, we do have a question. Senator Turner Ford, do you yield Senator Turner
Yes.
Ford for a question?
Yes.
Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. So your amendment is adding 5 estheticians to this merged board?
No, ma'am.
You said the council?
There's a council. So under this legislation, there is a council that advises the board. And the council is made up of barbers, estheticians, and different associations of all those different individuals. I think it's around like a 30-person board right now. And so what this does is it just gives a voice to those estheticians on that council. And what the council is charged with doing is advising the board.
So I have not had an opportunity to review the statute as it relates to this council. It is codified, isn't it?
No, the council is in the language, is in this bill that you're looking at right now.
And so are there a designated number of barbers and cosmetologists on the council?
Yes, ma'am. I believe right now, before we add this, there's like 25 cosmetologists and barbers, all representing different associations on this council.
Repeat that, please.
Okay. So right now, in the present language of the what's before you to vote on, there's, if I remember this correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Blackwell, there's approximately 25 individuals that represent various cosmetology and barber boards, different barber entities around the state. There's more than one cosmetology association. And so what this does is it just puts estheticians on this council, which is really an advisory council to the board.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions. Senator Blackwell, do you want to speak on the amendment?
Thank you. This is a good amendment. I recommend you vote for it.
Okay, so Senator, you wouldn't want to close on that one, I'm sure. So, motion is do adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now I think we have Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does is in the bill, it excludes shampoo and conditioning under a hair braider. So basically, as the bill is written, someone who has a certificate or a license to braid hair would not be able to shampoo or condition their customer hair. This just takes out the two words shampoo, condition, and it will allow a hair braider to shampoo and condition their customer's hair. That is the amendment, and I'll yield for any questions. And if there are no questions, I move for passage of the amendment, adoption of the amendment.
Are there any questions? Senator, no questions. Senator Blackwell, do you wish to speak on the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is a good amendment. I encourage you to vote aye.
Okay. All right. Senator Hickman move adoption of the amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Bryan.
I ask that we pass the next three items and let them retain their place on the calendar.
Senator Bryan moves that we pass and retain items 142, 143, and 144, and they retain their place on the calendar. Go to 145, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we call item 145 up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 756, Prison Industry Enhancement Program, extend, repeal, or on.
Senator Johnson.
This bill
Senator Johnson makes the usual motion.
Yes, sir.
I thought you did. Senator Johnson makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson.
And move that we adopt a strike all and ask that you recognize Senator Sparks to explain it.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the extension of a repealer as it relates to the Prison Industry Enhancement Program, which is a work program of the Mississippi Prison Industries Act of 1990. I'm going to go ahead and say there's this bill, and I believe the chairman may have two more coming up that are going to be repealers. I'm also very committed to figure out how many different programs that one department thinks they can operate for workforce, and considering we have the Office of Workforce, we're going to make sure they're all in the same sheet of music and harmony. But other than that, it is an extension of a repealer. I would yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Any questions on the strike call? No questions, Senator.
Move for adoption of the strike call.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike call. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it.
If no questions, move for final passage.
Senator suggests use no questions. Senator suggests use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator. Item 146.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask the title be read.
Please read title.
House Bill number 759, Mississippi Prison Industries Act of 1990, extend, repeal, or on.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson.
Move adoption of the strike all and ask that you recognize Senator Sparks to explain it.
Senator Sparks, you recognize to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is Mississippi Prison Act, Industries Act of 1990. We're extending the repealer from 2024 to 2027. Same comment as earlier. I would yield to any questions.
Are there any questions? See no questions, Senator.
Move for adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator seeing no questions, Senator suggests use the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator Johnson.
Yes, go to the next item, item 147. Ask that the title be read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1025, Department of Corrections, eliminate executive deputy commissioner from.
Senator Johnson. You make your usual
Make your
motion.
usual motion.
Senator makes your usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Senator Johnson, ayes have it.
Move that we adopt the strike law and ask that you recognize Senator Sparks to explain.
Senator Sparks, you recognized to explain the strike law.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1025 addresses a position that we created, I believe, about 3 years ago. That is a Deputy Commissioner of Workforce. This bill would eliminate that position. There is a reverse repealer. Again, as I stated earlier, we're going to try to make sure who's watching who and who's running workforce. And if this is an unneeded position, then we're going to remove it. It does have a reverse repealer. That is an explanation of the strike all. I would yield any questions.
There is a question. Senator Horn, do you have a question?
Question.
Do you yield, Senator Horn?
I yield.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Sparks. Mr. Chairman, is there someone in this position right now?
There is this position is filled and has been filled since it was created. Yes, sir.
So we would eliminate the position and that person would be out of a job, or they'd have to be transferred elsewhere, or what?
Well, if we eliminate the position, then the position would no longer be there. The purpose, as I recall, when we did this, was that we had created an Office of Workforce Development, as we all refer to doing business as Accelerate. And we had Mississippi Prison Industries Corporation, MPIC, who was doing workforce within our prison system. There was discussion over whether we dissolve that, and the department wanted the assets of MPIC moved over to the Department of Corrections, and the Department of Corrections was going to take the leading role in running workforce within the prison system. There was some discussion from a legal standpoint of liability about who owned the assets, whether it was farm and equipment or different things that MPIC had accumulated over the years. And so therefore we decided instead to create this position, and it just so happened the position was filled by the former director of MPIC, and that is who has the position today.
And how does Mississippi Prison Industries fit into all of this?
They still exist on paper. I know we hear things like MagCorp and Mississippi Works, or the different, I guess, incarnations of the same issue. And that is exactly the point I was making earlier, is that I have asked them to please provide me, they being DOC, to provide me with a flow chart to tell me how many different people they have doing workforce business with inside MDOC system. And that's what I'm awaiting to a great degree, and why we put a reverse repealer in this bill, to determine whether or not this position should continue. It may be that it's determined it should continue, but that was the reason for the bill.
Okay, thank you, Senator Sparks. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, no other questions, Senator?
Would move for adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it.
If there are no questions, I'd move for passage on the morning roll call.
I see no questions. Senator gets used for one roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of one roll call as voting aye. We'll go to item 148, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 148 and 149, retain their place on the calendar. Call up item 150.
We'll pass and retain items 148 and 149 and go to item 150. And ask the title
be read.
Ask the title be read. Please read the title.
House Bill number 1683, Mississippi Charter School Act of 2013, bring forward for purposes of possible amendments.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up the strike all and be recognized to explain.
You recognize to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. President. The original House bill that came to us dealt with the national board certifications and all the folks eligible for that. The House included all the occupational therapists, the psychologists, the charter school members, and this discussion has come up earlier in the session, and the committee decided not to bring that up and let us study over the summer and then come back next year dealing with that. So what we did in our strike all is we eliminated all that language, put our Senate bill in for charter schools, basically eliminating the 3% fee that charter schools would collect off of their students, as well as, and basically make them come before the legislature and ask for an appropriation, as well as go from ADE or ADM to ADA when it comes to calculating their funding. So that's an explanation of strike all. I'll yield for any questions.
Are there any questions on the amendment, on the strike all amendment?
If there are none, I move for adoption of strike all.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Barr,
If there are no further questions, I'll move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, the senator suggests use of the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Senator Blackman, Senator Turner, Ford. Anyone else? Horn. Senator Horn. Senator Thomas. Anyone else? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting present? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill is passed. Now, Senator DeVar, are you through? Let's see. We go to item 151. Senator Wiggins, Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that items 151, 152, 153 be moved to the heel of the calendar.
Senator suggests that items 151, 152, 153 be moved to the heel of the calendar. Senator.
Thank you. I go to item 154. Call that up. Ask the title be read.
Please read title. Item 154.
House Bill number 1624, Court-Appointed Special Advocate CASA Program, creates state associate and standardized operations of local programs.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. My motion will be that we adopt the strike all and I be allowed to explain it, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. Quite simply, the strike all in committee, we put a reverse repealer in. This bill, we've had some people come to us that are interested in CASA. For those that don't know, it's a court-appointed special advocate. It's a good program. Had some people that would just have some things we need to address in it, and so want to get this to conference so we can do that. So the only difference is that it has a reverse repealer. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions on the strike all? No questions, Senator.
Move adoption of the strike all, Mr. President.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The senator suggests use morning roll call final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that items 155, 156, and 157, that we pass those. They retain their place on the calendar, and we go to item 158. Call that up and ask the title be read.
Sure. Senator suggests that we pass and retain items 155, 156, 157, and go to item 158, House Bill number 1137. Ask the title be read.
Number 1137, Opioid Antagonist, authorized community organization to receive and administer.
Senator Wiggins.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion will be that we adopt the strike all, and I'd be allowed to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. The strike all has the reverse repealer in it, and this bill is supported by a lot of our medical providers and simply is building on the legislation that we passed involving Narcan, and this simply allows community organizations. It defines what those are and allows the Department of Health to distribute Narcan, and I'm using that in general terms, to the community organizations to be deployed as needed to those who are in drug overdose or is having a drug overdose, and it's a good bill, and that it's allowing us to get this to more people as needed. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator.
Move adoption of the strike all, Mr. President.
Senator moves for adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Wiggins, strike all is adopted.
Move passage of the strike all on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Polk, pass and retain 159 and 160, 161, 162, 63, 64, 165. Senator Branning, do you wish to bring yours up on item 166? Pass. Okay, so, and then 167, 68, 69, and 70. Pass those items, retain their place on the calendar, and I believe that's... Senator Parker, you recognized. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of number 85 on today's calendar, House Bill 653.
Senator, request that we suspend the rules on and go back to item 85. Is that correct, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Request the title be read.
Please read the title.
Triple optimizer system, extend expiration date of moratorium on application to state agencies of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I skipped over this bill by mistake earlier. This is the same as Senate Bill 2309, which we passed. We'll be taking up the House version of this. It just extends the expiration date of the moratorium on application to state agencies until 2027. That's all the bill does. Yield for any questions. If there are none, move passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests use morning roll call for final passage. Any senator object? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Senator England, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. President. I ask that we suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item number 133 on today's calendar, which is House Bill number 1406.
Senator suggests we suspend the rules, go back to item 133. Does anyone object? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion.
I'm sorry, yes, I would like to ask that the title be read on item number 133.
It would help if you read the title, please.
House Bill number 1406, absentee voting, revised various provisions of.
Senator Senator England, sorry.
That's okay. Mr. President, make the usual motion now.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on 133, Senator.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be recognized to explain the strike all.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. Senators, I passed this bill earlier. I wanted to give it another look just to make sure that I wasn't missing anything. It's a pretty simple bill. The strike all adds a reverse repealer in this. What this bill does, it brings forward the code sections to deal with mail-in absentee ballots. Instead of signing across the flap on the ballot, this actually adds a box to that envelope that you would sign in. If your signature is not in that box, it would not be a valid mail-in ballot. Also, for in-person absentee voters, they would cast a ballot into the machine rather than putting it in an envelope, which we do now. So that's a simple explanation of the bill, but again, I do have a reverse repealer in this. to get it to conference so we can make sure that we're looking at this correctly. It did pass out of committee, your elections committee, unanimously with the reverse repealer in it. That's an explanation. Happy to answer any questions.
Senator Jordan, do you have a question?
Mr. President, I have a question for the chairman.
Do you yield Senator Jordan, please?
Now,
Senator Jordan.
this taking place of signing across the flap if you vote absentee, there will be no signature across the flap of the ballot when you seal your absentee ballot. We usually write your name across the flap. Now you're going to put it in a box?
That's right. And Senator Jordan, I believe the box actually is also across the flap, but what it will do is it will make sure that the voter knows where exactly they're supposed to sign. So it's to eliminate the problem that we have where either an individual just doesn't sign across the flap after they seal their ballot, or they stretch out their signature to an extent when they're signing that their signature doesn't match their signature on the application. And I didn't mention this earlier, and I appreciate your question, giving the opportunity to do that. There's also a one-day time frame for someone to be contacted in this bill to allow them to come in and verify their signature, whereas currently those ballots are just are sometimes maybe not accepted. So we're trying to eliminate that. We want to make sure that these ballots are counted.
So there's going to be a box on where would the box be? Is it made on the envelope?
That's correct, yes.
It's the little rectangular squares on the envelope for you to sign within that box.
That's right. So right now, of course, the signature, if you voted absentee, you sign across the flap. And look, this is only for mail-in ballots because, again, under this, if you go in person, you don't have to put your ballot in an envelope anymore. You're putting it directly into the machine that's going to be sealed, and you're going to get that ballot counted right then, or you're going to have your ballot put into the box at that point in time. But if you mail in your ballot, this gives you that rectangle to direct you where you're supposed to sign.
Oh. All right, then.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Jordan.
Senator Norwood, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Norwood?
I guess I will, yes.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator England, now the box, the signature does not have to be confined to the box. The signature may be larger than the box as long as it originates in the box, correct?
That's my understanding, and again, I'll make sure of this when we come back. This will go to conference with the reverse repealer in it, but my understanding after reading the bill, the purpose of the box is just to make sure that somebody is signing on that ballot where they're supposed to sign, whereas currently there's a line. So this is to help eliminate someone just not understanding where they're supposed to sign on the ballot, on the envelope, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator England.
Senator Chazanall, do you have a question?
Yes, a quick question, Mr. Chairman.
I'll yield to a quick answer.
Senator Chazanall.
It's my understanding that these modifications are being made strictly to be sure that the voters are given every advantage and that the election process does nothing to hinder the voters from voting absentee. We discussed this at length in our committee meeting. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, Senator Chazanall.
So that this will actually help the people who are voting absentee to be sure that their votes are counted, correct?
That's correct. And this does come from our circuit clerks. They've supported this language. And again, the reason is because they want to make sure that we're making it, I guess, more understandable for the voter to make sure that their vote is counted, that they're doing the right thing on their ballot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chazanall.
Okay, I see no further questions, Senator.
I move for adoption of the strike all.
Senator moves for this adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed no. The ayes have it. Senator.
I would now move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use the morning roll call final passage. Any senator object to this procedure? Any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Now, anyone else have anything they'd like to bring up on the calendar? We're going to go to announcements. Senator Parker, do you have an announcement?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. AET will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in room 216. We have 8 confirmations that we should be able to get completed in a hurry. I believe Senator Hobson might have a meeting at 9:30 right after that, so it should go pretty quickly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McMahon, you have an announcement.
Announcement and an adjourn in memory.
You're recognized.
First of all, on the announcement, Senators, I've placed on your desk a updated list of funds for cities and counties that are in jeopardy of not being reimbursed. There's 14 projects on here. I would encourage you to pay close attention to that. In addition, there is another 100 so applications, about $28 billion, that for various purposes have not applied or have been withdrawn. But these 14 projects are real, and without some type of legislative action, these cities or counties will probably lose this particular funding. And then for an adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
You're recognized, Senator.
When the Senate adjourns today, I would ask to adjourn in memory of Philip Izzard of South Tolo, Mississippi.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a few items I'd like to hold on motions to reconsider.
You recognize, Senator.
Items 98, House Bill 1088. This is on today's calendar. 99, 783. Item 130, 774. And item 138, 1192.
Thank you, Senator. Please join the chairman. Sir? Senator Hobson, would you repeat those one more time, please? They didn't get them all.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Item 98, House Bill 1088. Item 99, 783. Item 130, House Bill 774. And item 138, House Bill 1192.
You have those. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Senator Butler.
Yes, Mr. President. The Joint Committee on Investigating State Office will meet tomorrow at 9:30 in room 204.
9:30, 204. Okay, next, Senator Younger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Announcement.
Recognized.
Ag and Forestry Committee meetings will be having supper tonight in the Barn 14. It's next to the big slide. That's all I know. At 6 o'clock. It's at 6.
Thank you, Senator Younger. Senator Delano.
Announcement.
You're recognized for announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I want to announce an Environmental Protection, Conservation, and Water Resources Committee meeting for Thursday morning at 9:30 in room 210. Thursday morning, 9:30 at 210. It's to take up a confirmation.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll have a joint finance and insurance meeting tomorrow morning in room 216 around 9:15 or directly after AET gets through with their confirmation hearings. This will be a hearing on the state-based exchange with our Commissioner of Insurance.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would like to hold number 126, House Bill 1323, on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Please join the chairman on all of these motions to reconsider. Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to hold item number 77 on today's calendar, House Bill number 1441, on a motion to reconsider. And I would also like to make an announcement.
You're recognized for the announcement.
Mississippi Public Broadcasting is having a reception/happy hour on the Capital Resources rooftop. It starts now and goes until 7. They're asking everybody to just stop by and see them.
Thank you. Please be sure and join the chairman on that one as well. I think that's about it. No other announcements? Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Senator Pope moves that we stand adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned till 10 a.m.